Hello. Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's everybody doing? Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Good morning. I hope you've got a nice cup of coffee. I hope you had a good breakfast. Bondi is spewing her lies. Hold on. Why isn't my fucking stream deck working? Why isn't my stream deck working? What the fuck? Oh, Jesus. Stream deck. There we go. What is this? Remind me later. Fuck you. Yeah, I know Bondi's lying her ass off. I know.
And
she's
really
crashing out.
Does nothing.
She's
to
crashing
bring
out.
Credit to your department. And Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
May I answer?
Attorney General can respond.
I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history. And if they could maintain their composure, this isn't a circus, this is a hearing. I find it interesting she keeps going after Donald Trump. She doesn't say how much money she took from Reid Hoffman, did you?
None.
And nor did
Very
Mr. Chairman,
pretty, Nelson.
regular
anything.
order, please.
She
Regular
posted
order.
nothing on her X account, on her Twitter account during the Biden years.
Gentlelady.
Yet now, all of a sudden,
Is that the state of American politics? You didn't make any posts on your X account.
Committee will be in order.
I have a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Committee will be in order.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady can state her point of order.
When a witness attacks,
Not a valid point of order. You got to state.
She hasn't completed her point of order yet. Please let her speak, Mr. Chairman. Let's have some regular order here.
Regular order is you got to state the rule. And
I am trying to make a point of order that the witness,
And what
without
rule are you referring to?
without responding to a question, has attacked me personally.
love
I
from
think
your
it's
first-year
pathetic
loyalist.
That she can't answer the
Thank you,
questions.
brother. I
and is
appreciate
trying to
you,
attack.
Nelson.
That is
Thanks
an
for all the
intelligent
work you've
point of
done,
order.
buddy.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
In August of last year, I sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking for assistance in seeking compensation for the town of Lac du Flambeau. Town of Lac du Flambeau is in my district, and your office replied that it was an ongoing matter and unable to comment on it, which I understand is just fine. But I want to set this up just as a reminder. So 3 years ago, it was at this time of year that 4 roads were blockaded in the town of Lac du Flambeau, and the temperature was 25 below zero. People had to park their cars at a neighbor's place, take the snowmobile across the lake to get their car, and then be able to drive into town. There were people 80 and 90 years old that could not, were very concerned that they'd be able to get emergency medical services. And the perpetrators of this,
this is Congress.
tribe out there, they demanded compensation from the town. I would call it extortion. They ultimately got $600,000 from the town of Lac du Flambeau. The unfortunate part, Mr. Chairman, is that the Biden administration took the side of the perpetrators who closed those roads off, and the Biden administration made it clear to the town of Lac du Flambeau.
Is that a fucking cursor? Is that someone's fucking cursor? Dude, we're such a joke of a nation. We are such a joke of a fucking nation, bro. Is that someone's cursor? Luigi, dohairas likiri. Dohairas likiri. Dohairas.
$1,000 from this little town in northern Wisconsin.
Congressman, you do a great job representing your district. And yes, we would more than welcome working with you, and we are familiar with that investigation.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add,
What's going on? El Paso invasion of Mexico imminent? No. I think they were cleaning up the ranch, Zorro Ranch. It's one of Epstein's ranches where they had like so many bodies scattered throughout the ranch, just buried. I firmly believe that they were scrubbing Zorro Ranch in its entirety.
I want to move on to fraud enforcement. You've established a National Fraud Enforcement Division. Is that correct, Madam Attorney General?
Yes, Congressman.
Has this new division begun any investigations and getting after those individuals that have committed the rampant fraud we've seen, like in Minnesota?
Well, it's not only rampant in Minnesota, it's rampant throughout this.
Chatter says all these people need to go down with Trump. You guys need to start accepting reality. Other people will go down. Trump will not. You live in the United States of America. We will never, ever throw a president in prison for anything. Obama fucking murdered millions of Iraqis and he didn't go to prison. George W. Bush took down the fucking Twin Towers and he didn't go to prison. We're never throwing a president in prison. Pam Bondi, though, this dumb cunt, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Stephen Miller, those motherfuckers, they may actually end up going to prison. But no, we'll never sentence a president of the United States with jail time.
Why did this happen in Minneapolis? Why did federal law enforcement have to go to Minneapolis? Because of industrial scale fraud. It was an assistant United States attorney that said, this is industrial scale fraud that's going on in Minnesota at this point. I sent a letter to our governor in Wisconsin. We're right across the border there. My district is only 20 miles from the city of Minneapolis. And I asked him to open the books for a federal audit on food stamps and Medicaid. Don't you think it would be a good idea for every governor to do that at this point?
Sorry.
It protects the citizens, and I can't understand why that's not happening. And yes, I do think that's a great idea. It's happening around this country. And when our new division with Colin McDonald is established, it's established when Colin is confirmed. He's amazing. I think you've met with him, you said, Chairman. When that is established.
I'm pretty sure she crashed the fuck out earlier. Like, actually crashed the fuck out.
The Attorney General can
today, twice, and you,
yeah, dude, she crashed the fuck out.
Grand jury to refuse an indictment. In 2016, it happened in just 6 cases.
This is the last I was watching this live. She crashed the fuck out.
You showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer the
theatrics are
question the way I
ridiculous.
asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people, but I'm going to answer the question.
How many have you indicted?
Again, the time belongs to
Reclaiming my time.
The time belongs.
I think it's very interesting.
Reclaiming my time.
I think it's very interesting.
You can
that
reclaim
he
your
talks
time,
about
but
they
reclaiming my time,
indicted.
Mr.
The
Chairman.
president said they
Close the
indicted
clock.
him twice.
Mr. Chairman, please
They
stop the
sure
clock
did.
and stop the
he
clock and
indicted-
restore his time.
Okay, here we go.
The problem
Yeah.
is Jim Jordan, this fucking piece of shit scumbag, probably wife beating, probably child rapist, this fucking closet case piece of shit. He's the chairman of the board, so he is literally on Trump's side. He's a Trump loyalist. He will do anything and everything to provide Pam Bondi with an out.
The time belongs to the gentleman
Luigi Dohairas Likiri.
from New York. We will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when you ask a question, the witness gets to answer. You may not like the answer, but she gets to
The
answer.
question was, how many of Epstein's...
They don't like the answer, Chairman,
my time.
because it's honest.
Reclaiming
So
my-
he asked a
reclaiming my
4-minute
time.
question.
Restore 45
and
seconds,
I
Mr.
am
Nadler,
going
please,
to
Mr. Chairman.
Answer.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch.
Reclaiming-
Not on our time. No way.
Reclaiming-
And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me
Yeah, oh, I
anything,
did tell you because we
washed
saw
up
what you did in the
loser
Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
Time, and I should get back at least 45 seconds.
We will give you a few more seconds. I
Not a
said that
few more,
already.
45 seconds.
Okay, I'm timing right now, Mr. Nadler. Go
All
right
right.
ahead.
My time. The answer to my question, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators has she indicted, is 0. You have been the Attorney General for a whole year, and your DOJ fired the lead prosecutor of this case, sat on evidence this entire time, and claimed falsely last July that there were no more leads. It took an act of Congress for you to
Let's go
finally...
live.
He's a good guy.
Let's go to the
He's a
live.
very good guy.
One
Now we're
problem
live.
I've got with where we are in priorities here. A recent Department of Justice, National Institute of Justice report based on arrest records in Texas and in California found that undocumented immigrants...
Dad told me not
are
to
less
watch
than
it because they're
half
not
as
American. I told him he shouldn't care about the Nazis because he's not German.
likely as U.S.-born Americans to be arrested for homicide. And this pattern holds for assault, sexual assault, robbery, burglary, theft, and arson. Half as likely to be arrested for drug offenses. So I ask you, and I've written to you about this,
You
there are
okay?
TV ads
Luigi?
that run that say to local law enforcement, specifically, says, are you tired of having your hands handcuffed because you can't do the things you wanted to do when you joined. And if you want to do something
$5,
different,
Chrissy.
join ICE, and you'll get a $50,000 bonus, and we'll pay off your debts, student debts, and we'll help you with pensions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they're encouraging local law enforcement to leave local law enforcement and go to work for ICE. We need people working in the front lines and local law enforcement to protect our citizens from the worst of the worst. The worst of the worst are not the immigrants. The worst of the worst, records show, are native-born Americans, and they are committing crimes that hurt our citizens and our cities, and you're working against it, and thank you for that. But by trying to get our local law enforcement, where we have an undercount of officers in Memphis, to leave Memphis. And
you're talking to Pam fucking Bondi. She's never going to admit the reality of the fact that U.S.-born citizens are far more violent than migrants. We have always been. And it's not about the number of us. It's about the percentage, bro. We are more violent than migrants.
Congressman, I have not yet seen that commercial, that ad. I would argue that we need strong people in both local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and all of our federal agencies working together. I've seen some of the worst of the worst violent criminals who were in this country illegally. We both know that. And in Memphis, working hand in hand, I want to stick with Memphis and your mayor and what you discussed, because there have been nearly 6,000 arrests as of February 8th, and I think you agree with this, in your district, and almost 600 gang members. What we found in Memphis, a lot of the gangs are local gangs. But 600 gang members were taken off the streets.
my time, because I've only 40 seconds. I'm going to agree with you.
Yeah.
I thank you for that.
And 148 missing children were recovered by all of us working together, and nearly 1,000 illegal guns were seized as a result of us working together.
And I don't disagree with some of the things you said, but there are questions about those children. But it's different.
I saw him, Malenti. Thank you.
The fact is, ICE is running rampant, and you are not investigating them. When they killed Mr. Prete, and Miss Good, that was an execution, and you did not investigate it. And you tried to investigate Miss Good's widow, and you tried to investigate Mr. Prete. They were executed, like Kristi Noem executed her dog. And that was wrong. And you should investigate those people, and you should investigate anybody that uses a weapon, federal official or not, for civil rights violations. I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back his time. Madam Attorney General, anytime you need a break, just let us know. If not, we'll just keep going. The chair is now recognized for 5 minutes. Madam Attorney General, you're not allowed to exercise your constitutional rights in a way that tramples on someone else's, are you?
No.
No, you can't do that. I mean, you have a right to petition the government under the First Amendment. That doesn't mean you can come into this room and start screaming at Mr. Raskin or me or anybody else and disrupt a congressional hearing. You have a right to protest on the street, but that doesn't give you a right to go into the Capitol and disrupt Congress. Something these guys talk about every day. You can't do that.
How about the fucking attempted insurrection, you fucking piece of shit? You literal fucking book. You're a book. This guy looks like a book.
That's not really accurate, because he was trampling on other individuals' rights. Is that true?
Chairman,
I'm willing to bet money Jim Jordan pays somebody to fuck his wife. I guarantee it.
Freedom of religion. And yes, that's accurate.
First right mentioned under the First Amendment,
Right.
freedom of religion. Freedom to practice your faith the way you think the good Lord wants you to, right?
That's right, under the federal government.
And isn't it true that Mr. Lemon met at a shopping center with the rioters who entered City's church in St. Paul, met with them prior to marching to the church?
He did meet, and this is a pending case right now, so I will only stick to what is in the four corners of the unsealed indictment, if I could, Chairman.
Yeah, I'm
There's a lot more that will come out. But under the four corners of the indictment, yes, he did. They had an operation called Operation Pull-Up. They said they were gearing for a resistance. They met in a parking lot, and they caravanned to a church on a Sunday morning when people were worshiping together.
And Mr. Lemon said that he live streamed before entering the church with the rioters. Didn't he say we're going to head to the operation? Didn't he say this he said this on camera, is that right?
Yes, Chairman,
Yeah.
and more.
That he was in Minnesota, and that, as you said, they were gearing up for an operation. So Again, you can't do that. This is why this is, I think, so important that this guy be held accountable, and I think why you guys...
Fuck do you mean he can't do that? He's a journalist. He's not even one of the protesters. You may be able to make an argument that those protesters broke the law by going into a fucking church, sure. But you ain't going to be able to make the argument that Don Lemon was a fucking insurrectionist when he was there to report on the news. He was a journalist. He still is. Jesus Christ.
And here's why it's so important. I'll give you a chance to respond. Here's why it's so important.
Gifted membership, Scott.
It wasn't just that he lied to us, it's what he lied to us about. He lied to us about when all this weaponization against the President of the United States started. He lied to us about the dossier, and specifically what role the dossier played in the intelligence community assessment.
Oh my God, what dossier?
We know back when President Trump was first elected, first term, this is when it all started, which led to the Mueller and to the impeachment and to the Jack Smith and all the stuff that's happened in the last decade. But it began here, and he lied to Congress about the role he played. And I just want to read a couple of things he said during that deposition before I give you a chance to respond. Mr. Brennan, when asked a question, said the CIA was not involved at all with the dossier. He said it was their purview, FBI's purview, and not ours. He also said the CIA was very much opposed to having any reference or inclusion of the Steele dossier in the intelligence community assessment. Well, that's interesting because declassified information that was declassified this past summer.
The chairman of the board is a Trump plant. This guy is not capable of the job because he is a Trump loyalist. Like, dude, if this is anything, it is proof that the court system is not going to save us, bro. It's rigged.
The same officer said when he approached the director and asked that the director refused to remove it after being explained this wasn't good, with the dossier's many flaws, he said, yes, but doesn't it ring true? So this is John Brennan using that document to change intelligence community assessment, which I think led to all the stuff we've seen over the last decade. And I think this committee in the country, Congress in the country, would like to know if Mr. Brennan is going to be indicted.
What I can confirm is that we have received a referral from you, Chairman Jordan, to investigate John Brennan. His attorneys have made some public statements, but the department is still bound, of course, by our longstanding policy of not discussing matters. What I will say today, I can't confirm nor deny whether there is a pending investigation, but what I will say is no one is above the law.
Except for Donald J. Trump.
Chairman,
Weaponization has ended.
point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for a point of order.
If we want to know whether Mr. Brennan will be indicted, you should just ask the president.
Not a point of order, but I appreciate you trying to make it one. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Bondi, it's been reported that there were at one point 1,000 personnel assigned to the task of identifying and scrubbing Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files. Were those reports accurate?
I believe his name has appeared countless times in the documents
how
that
many
have
people were
been released.
assigned?
If I could finish, I'm going to read you the stats.
No, I just simply asked whether or not it was true that it was 1,000 folks who were assigned that task. Were those reports accurate?
There are more than 500 attorneys and reviewers. I cannot give you an exact number.
And I wanted to ask you about that also, because this is a different question that you're getting to now. There were 500 DOJ lawyers and others assigned the task of redacting the appropriate information, including identities of the Epstein victim survivors from the Epstein files prior to their release. 500, is that correct?
If I could have finished my answer.
Oh my God.
There
Shut
were
the
more than
fuck up.
500 attorneys and reviewers who
Okay.
assisted
All right, okay.
with the. They
that
asked
answers
the
my-
question and they
that
don't
ans-
want an
that
answer.
You
answers
don't
my
answer.
question, ma'am, and
You're
I'm
not
gonna move
answering the
on.
questions,
I'm
you
gonna move
fucking
on.
evil cunt.
multiple
You
Bondi, would you
disgusting
be-
fucking
Time belongs,
bitch.
the time belongs to the gentleman from Georgia.
General Bondi, would you agree that your 8 years of service as the state of Florida's Attorney General, the third largest state in the nation,
Why is she
served
acting like
as
this?
an excellent-
Because she knows Donald Trump is a pedophile, rapist, sex trafficking cannibal, and her fucking job is to pretend like he isn't.
For
18 years, and for
18 years.
and for 18
prior
years,
to being
for 18 years,
he asked
you
a question and doesn't
prosecuted-
want an answer. This is
for-
theatrics.
Well, no, for 18 years, you
on.
prosecuted serious felony cases, including drug cases, correct?
Oh, I prosecuted homicides. I prosecuted capital cases. I prosecuted domestic violence cases. I prosecuted multiple cases, and that's why I feel for all of these victims. And did you ask Merrick Garland this when you were sitting before him, sir?
You also prosecuted sexual assault cases and child sex trafficking cases, correct?
I answered that question earlier.
Okay.
I prosecuted
All right.
multiple
Well,
cases
so
when I
bottom
was
line,
a prosecutor.
bottom
If I
line,
can
you're an
answer the question,
experienced and seasoned.
for 18 years.
Mr. Chairman, will you a reminder of the rules? The time belongs to the member of the committee.
You
think
are
I've
a
said that a few
seasoned
times.
and experienced prosecutor, correct?
I think we've established that.
Yes or no?
Does he want an answer or not?
he wants to
When
say
I
no.
I want a
answer,
yes
I
or
get
no
cut off.
answer.
I think he wants to say
I want a
no.
yes or no
I
answer,
can-
but
yeah, I can
I'll
explain.
We need authoritarian leftism. We need authoritarian leftism. Like, she shouldn't be allowed to not answer the question. She should be forced to answer the question with punishment if she fucking diverts away from it. We need authoritarian fucking leftism. I don't even know if I can verbalize what I mean right now. There should be someone in this room with a fucking whip. That's what I mean. Someone in this room should have a fucking whip. And when you don't answer the fucking question, you should get a goddamn fucking lash. That's genuinely what I believe.
Isn't that correct?
Excuse me. As we have said multiple times,
Protection of the
protection
identity
of all victims
of the victims
are
is
protected.
so very
Who are
important.
protected under? Do you want me to answer or do you want to interrupt?
Well,
Lash!
because you're not answering the question. You do a Jekyll and Hyde kind of routine around here, and I just want you to answer my questions.
What does Jekyll and Hyde mean? Can you
Well, it
explain
means
that?
you're nice to the
Explain
Republicans and you turn
You
like Hyde.
stupid fucking cunt! 10 lashes for not knowing Jekyll and Hyde!
16 victim survivors here today. Representative Jayapal asked a simple question: if you would be so kind and honorable as to turn around and face them and apologize to them for outing them. I mean, how many lives have been derailed because your department was either sloppy and incompetent or willfully trying to intimidate and punish these ladies for
time is
coming
up.
forward?
Your time is
Which
up.
was it?
The time of the
50
gentleman has
lashes.
expired. The
50
gentleman
lashes.
yields back.
You don't
Chair
get to
number-
fucking say that shit, you dumb cunt. That's on this fucking industry plant, this fucking Trump loyalist plant. That's on the chairman of the fucking board. That ain't on fucking you. 50 lashes.
Attacking the administration
50
for
lashes.
doing exactly what the American people wanted when they overwhelmingly elected President Trump.
Oh, I already know this guy's
Securing
a piece
our
of shit.
border and enforcing our immigration laws. I find it a bit ironic because this is the same party who just a few years ago were openly supporting strong immigration enforcement after witnessing criminal illegal aliens wreak havoc on the American communities.
You just said havoc.
I have a short video I just wanted to play.
Havoc.
Of immigrants. We're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable.
They've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked, they're gone.
No great nation can be in a position where they can't control their borders.
Take this as a moment to realize that the
address the
liberals
issue
have
of
never been on your
immigration
side.
and the challenge we have of
Good.
undocumented people in our country.
Show us this.
We certainly don't want any more coming in.
Show it to
in this
us.
country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more by hiring a record number of new border guards.
Chat, take this as a reminder that the neoliberal order has never given a fuck about any of your demands. The only people who give a shit about you are the actual leftists, the socialists, the Bernies, the AOCs, the Mamdanis, the communists. It is not the fucking Chuck Schumers and the Barack Obamas and the Bill Clintons and the Nancy Pelosi's and the Hakeem Jeffries. They've never once given a fuck about you. They are just Republicans in sheep's clothing.
Legal and wrong.
Open the borders, my God. You know, there's a lot of poverty in this
Going
world.
out protesting today, and
you're going to have people from all over the world. And I don't think
out.
that's something that we can do at this point. Can't do it.
Yes or no? Would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
We simply cannot allow people to pour into the United States undetected, undocumented,
Do you even view politicians
unchecked.
as people? I don't view conservatives as people. I think conservatives are a subhuman class of vermin that should be enslaved.
To become immigrants in this country.
So, Attorney General Bondi, what's the Trump administration DOJ doing to end the open border policies of the prior administration that saw dangerous drugs and criminal aliens flood our communities?
Congressman, President Trump has worked tirelessly, as you know, to close our border, which is what the Democrats had asked for in that video. President Trump closed our borders on day one. He is protecting Americans. He is protecting our kids from the influx of drugs that were
You think Donald Trump is protecting kids? The only thing Donald Trump is doing to kids is raping and eating them. That's all he's fucking doing.
to Mexico. And in Mexico, they were mixed and freely taken right into our country, along with gang members, MS-13, TDA, freely coming into our cities around our country, thanks to Joe Biden's open border policies. That has stopped under Donald Trump. It will no longer happen under this administration, and he is doing everything to keep Americans safe. And let me continue. When he was elected overwhelmingly by the American people, the majority of the American people wanted Donald Trump. One of the main reasons was border security and keeping Americans safe.
No, the reason why so
And
many people voted for Donald Trump is because an overwhelming majority of Americans are mentally fucking retarded. All 77 million people who voted for Donald Trump, they only come in two different categories. Actually, three different categories. 1, retarded. 2, cruel. 3, retarded and cruel. That's it. There's nothing else. There's literally nothing other than that. You're either retarded, cruel, or both.
Who has closed our borders, and Tom Homan, who has closed our borders to keep Americans safe. And they're trying to distract from that, and they're not going to do it, because the American people are smarter than that, and they see through their theatrics.
Thank you. Just quickly, yesterday, Senator Grassley reached out to my office to tell me that I was one of the 20 members that was now disclosed were under surveillance from Jack Smith. This brings up the question of non-disclosed orders and whether or not they should apply to members of Congress. But with my phone records being surveilled, as well as looks like 19 other members of Congress, I'm just wondering how DOJ views that.
Time is, gentleman's expired, but the gentlelady can respond.
As I stated earlier, Congressman, anyone's records who were illegally obtained, Democrat or Republican, we will fight vigorously to stop
I don't know if you guys
that.
know what this guy's talking about. So a whole bunch of Republican congressmen were working with Trump when he tried to overthrow the government in 2021. January 6th, the attempted insurrection, the attempt to overthrow the United States government, right? And a whole bunch of different Republican congressmen were texting with Trump and calling with Trump and all that. So the DOJ ended up subpoenaing their phone records, not the contents of the call. They didn't get the audio recordings of the call. They didn't get the contents of the text messages. What they got was a list of, like, you called Donald Trump at this time, you texted Donald Trump at this time, right? And the 19 congressmen, all Republican, who had their phone records subpoenaed, they want to sue you I'm not kidding. They are suing the Department of Justice so that your taxpayer money gives each of them $10 million. This is real. They are trying to get $10 million for each Republican congressman from you, the taxpayer, because they failed at overthrowing the government, and now they want reparations for failing to overthrow the government.
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number.
I understand why the victims are frustrated, and the Attorney General acknowledged what Mr. Patel would not acknowledge, that it was way more than 1,000 times. But I want to move, Madam Attorney General, to weaponization of government. And yesterday it was reported that 6 members of Congress had indictments sought against him, and they were not returned by a grand jury. My colleagues have spoken about their frustration of being in subpoenas and having cell phone records combed through. Well, in 2017 and 2018, Adam Schiff and I had our cell phone records and email records combed through,
No
not
one
by you,
cares.
but a different Department of Justice under the
Bro,
president.
you're
It was
fucking
retaliated.
politicians. If I'm being honest, I don't think you should have privacy. Like, I've talked about this before. If you're an elected official, I firmly believe you should have to wear a body cam the entire fucking time. Your entire term. I think that privacy should be something that is only afforded to American citizens, like average American citizens, not fucking people who can write laws and make backroom deals. Like, you should be forced to wear a body cam the entire fucking time. You shouldn't be allowed to make phone calls that we can't listen to. You shouldn't be allowed to have text messages that we can't read. I'm being so fucking serious. I do not believe that elected officials should be allowed to have privacy. This is part of what you signed up for. You have power, we don't. Therefore, you have to give us something. And that something is your privacy so that we can trust you. For fuck's sake, how is this controversial?
Refused to recuse himself when asked if he would recuse if any case came across his desk involving me or people on that list. Since that testimony, his department has put me under investigation with Senator Schiff for the nonsense mortgage fraud cases that we've seen. I get it. This is what the president does. I've priced it in. We have a bingo card at home that my kids have made of what will come next. I expected
Look at
that
that
the president
chat.
would come after his enemies.
Thank you for helping me see the light. I was MAGA. Hell yeah, brother. Dude, congratulations, bro. You are now a functioning member of society, for you have finally realized that the pedophile, billionaire, child rapist, cannibal actually doesn't care about helping the working class.
Left 11 voicemails at my district office. On the voicemails, they said, get the message to him. I'm going to hunt him down, that motherfucker, and toss his ass over the Golden Gate Bridge by my fucking self. Donald Trump's Department of Justice in the Northern District of California declined to prosecute. On May 14, 2025, on Twitter, responding to something I posted, an individual said, no, it wasn't Eric, and now I'm going to kill you. The Department of Justice from the Southern District of Texas declined to prosecute. May through December of 2025, we received messages at my office that said, I hope somebody shoots you and your children and your wife in the head. Pew, pew, motherfucker, pew, pew. I would stay indoors as much as possible, and my children, unfortunately, have to do that. The Department of Justice has not charged this individual and cited that he's a prolific caller and has health conditions, although what we have found in our own investigation and his voicemails is that he has said he will employ others to do this. The president—
I didn't know this, bro. The DOJ isn't investigating death threats against their political opponents. Like, they're allowing those death threats. Like, they want this to happen. They'll have plausible deniability. Hey, we didn't assassinate you. But, like, you're supposed to prosecute any and all threats to end. Trust me, bro. I know. I've had the Secret Service show up at my fucking door and try and investigate me. You know, are you fucking dead ass?
I know about several of those personally involving you. I believe one has been charged publicly, and there's something I would be happy to talk to you about off camera, but I can assure you that they are very serious.
Camera?
They are being looked into, and I can give you more details on those. None of you should be threatened, ever. None of your children should be
Tell
threatened.
that to the fucking
None
president of the
your
United
families
States,
should be—
who said hang them all. The president of the United States said hang them all with a list of 6 Democrat politicians, bro. He literally called for their executions.
About your cases, but I can tell you some of them are very active.
Appreciate that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and we're sorry for what the gentleman and his family have had to go through. We appreciate what the Attorney General said, and I think some of the things that the gentleman from California related, we can all relate to, and it's unfortunate, it's wrong, as the Attorney General said, and we appreciate the help we get from the Justice Department. With that, we will now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know where to begin. Thank you for being here, General. You might see me when I'm right in front of you. I have to mention this first.
Suit?
You know, I used this word before, and my
Who are you, Nick
friends on the other
Fuentes?
side of the aisle got mad at me.
Why the fuck is your suit like that?
Epstein. But for years on the other side of the aisle, we heard nothing. Crickets, not a word. Nothing was said when they were in control. Nothing was mentioned basically till last summer, and the ranking member points out that he did do something last year. Yeah, he did a letter complaining about the plea deal for Maxwell, but it wasn't a big deal. Then we get a new administration, and all of a sudden it's a big deal, and they feign concern, they're upset.
Why does he have a tooth?
They're investigating. They had all these years and all this time. And in fact, Stacey Plaskett, and we all know that name, when they had a congressional hearing, Democratic member, were taking texts from Epstein on questions to ask to go after Trump. So Epstein was using her Democratic colleague as a tool to go after President Trump. Just everybody keep that in mind. And then we talk about ICE and how horrible it is. And there are concerns. Everybody wants everything to go right. Nobody ever wants to see somebody die. And they complain about it. But at the same time, hypocrisy, they encourage constituents to go after the ICE agents, to challenge them, to hurt them, to attack them.
Bro, no one is telling people to go out and
sense.
hurt ICE agents. They're telling people to go out and protect their communities. That's all this fucking is. Your ICE agents are terrorists. They're executing people in the street. They're breaking the ribs of 70-year-old men. They're tear gassing fucking babies, dude. No one is going, go outside and hurt an ICE agent. No, they're saying go outside and defend your fucking communities against these invaders. No one would have to fucking do that if A, ICE was actually about immigration enforcement, and B, if they weren't fucking masked Nazis. If the Department of Justice was doing its job, and if those fucking terrorists weren't hiding their identities, then maybe we could charge them. Maybe they could have their day in court. Maybe we could arrest these motherfuckers, but we don't even get to know who they are. When those motherfuckers executed Alex Preddy, they dissolved back into the group of the rest of the ICE agents and just went back into the crowd because we don't know who they are. Like, you have done this to us.
Children were raped, murdered, hurt, abused, beaten, trafficked, all from the drugs. My God, the drugs they brought into our babies in this country. 73,000 illegals with criminal histories, 20,000 with convictions of assault, robbery, and sex offenses, 13,000 convicted murderers in our beautiful defenders. It was madness. It was insanity. It's bizarre.
Why is it
was
not
madness.
linked up?
It was insanity. It's bizarre. It's go after God's name. What are you doing?
It's not synced up.
So we finally are cleaning this up now. General, do you believe in removing criminal illegal aliens from our communities will save American lives?
Yes, and given the
really weird.
cases that you just discussed, that's proof of it every single day. President Trump
Let's try this one.
President Trump is committed to that.
No, it's all of them.
This entire cabinet is committed to that and making and keeping Americans safe.
It's all of them.
Thank you. Would you agree that, and thank you for doing that, would you agree that allowing individuals with known criminal histories to enter and remain in the United States, we knew this back then, they knew it. Would you agree that creates serious risk to our public safety? I know the answers, but
Bro,
let's
our
just
country is
say
such
them
a
clearly.
fucking joke. There's a cursor on the screen. That's somebody's fucking cursor. The audio and the video aren't even lined up, dude. Like, this is such a pathetic attempt at being like transparent. You don't even know how to use the technology. I mean, I'm a streamer and I could do this better.
Absolutely.
Would you agree that, I'm sorry.
And it did.
And it did, thank you. Would you agree that cooperation between, and this is a biggie, and I'm gonna ask you to elaborate on this. This is a big deal. This is why some of the law enforcement, which we always used to have,
C-SPAN's got it.
helps remove
Could always trust
violent
C-SPAN.
offenders from our communities, that we should be a team.
Yes.
And can you elaborate on that a little bit? In other words, when the local enforcement is forced by the politicians, not their fault, not to do their job and not cooperate, why does it create the situations that we see where we have the need for crowd control? By the way, they're not peaceful. Those are not peaceful protesters. We know what a peaceful protester is. When you spit on law enforcement, when you push them, when you hit them, when you beat their car, if you can answer the question, thank you.
Dude, this guy's such a fucking cuck.
You may answer the question.
70-year-old rancher
Yes,
cuck.
I spent 4 days myself in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. What I will say about some of these sanctuary cities, some of these democratic cities, law enforcement, they quietly want to work with us. I've spoken to law enforcement in multiple cities who want to work with us.
Ugly.
And yes, we're going to do.
Dude, she is so unbelievably fucking hideous. It's insane. I know this has nothing to do with her character, but like that she's fucking hideous. Her skin is rotting. Holy shit.
Thank you so much. Donald Trump's approval rating implodes on his strongest issue. This is from Newsweek today. It says 40% of people approve of Trump's handling of immigration and border security, while 60% disapprove.
Without objection,
that is a
admitted.
net drop
Now I recognize the gentleman
-20.
from California, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being
They
here
shut
today.
her up quick, man. They hate when an educated black woman speaks.
I'm going to show you 2 photos of former Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. Under the law Congress passed, you were allowed to redact photos to protect the victims of Epstein's sex trafficking operation. You redacted the photos of this victim's face because you were following the congressional law. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, that we redacted the victim's
Because you were
face?
following the congressional law, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have now established that please put the photos back up, that we are looking at a sex trafficking victim. Under the Federal Victims Trafficking Protection Act, not only is Jeffrey Epstein guilty, but anyone who patronizes Epstein's sex operation is also guilty of a crime. That's why I find it absolutely despicable that you sought to protect Epstein's clients, like former Prince Andrew. Last July, you closed the case on Epstein's abusers. The July 2025 memo from your Department of Justice stated, quote, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties." These 2 photos, please put the photos back up.
Fuck yeah, King.
These 2 photos staring you in the face are evidence of a crime and more than enough evidence to
Bro, maybe I shouldn't be
predicate an
president. Maybe I should be a
investigation
congressman.
against former Prince Andrew.
Just so I get the
So I
chance to
ask you,
fucking sit
Attorney
where
General
Ted Lieu
Pam
is
Bondi,
sitting right now and
why
being
did
like,
you
so, you brain-dead troglodyte hooker, why do you defend pedophiles? And actually answer the question or you will get lashed.
And these questions when he was Attorney General and set before.
I agree with you.
You twice.
I'm reclaiming my
Did you?
time.
Never
I agree with
mentioned
you. I agree with you. During
Were
the
you not here
the Biden administration,
I'd be going, shut the fuck up, bitch. 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 And they'd go, Chairman, you are out of order. I'll go, you shut the fuck up, bitch. You shut the fuck up, bitch. I'm asking this bitch a question. I'll ask you a fucking question when you're sitting there, you stupid fucking bitch. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Like, dude, come on, start hitting them.
Another question.
Literally, start fucking hitting them.
Answer the question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files, like former Prince. Here's a video.
I might have to mute this. I actually do. I have to mute that. I'm going to get copyrighted for that. There we go.
Former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various
Spirit Queen,
parties
Speaker of the
with
House.
Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that
She's gonna
Trump
say she doesn't
attended
know.
with Jeffrey Epstein?
What?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done.
1,000 lashes.
That Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files
I'm reclaiming my time.
be
I got
released.
your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman, please stop the clock.
Stop the clock. The legislation.
10,000 lashes.
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
10,000 lashes for the hideous cunt.
Another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath.
I'll accuse you of a crime every day, you fucking hideous criminal cunt! You fucking rambunctious cheap slut! Fuck you! You're a fucking criminal, and you're gonna go behind bars, and you're gonna live the rest of your fucking life behind them, you miserable fucking troglodyte! I can't fucking wait to hear you sobbing uncontrollably, going, "Oh, I'm just following orders! Straight to the fucking gulag, cunt!
She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell, so should the men who patronized his operation. And as we say here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has
expired. Fuck yeah.
May I respond?
Yeah, I don't know how you respond. No one can.
I did not ask a question, Ms.
He doesn't
You're allowed
want to talk
to.
about
I did
the
not ask a
horrific
question.
crime in California. He does not want to talk about
I did not ask a
crime
question.
in his
She
state.
can't just add lip stuff. I did not ask a question.
Meeting will be in order. The gentleman has yielded back his time. I think our next witness will be more than happy to.
Wow, that was awesome.
Madam Attorney General, would you like to?
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes.
You have a few minutes to respond.
Thank you, Congressman. This is what Congressman Liu didn't want to talk about. He didn't want to talk about
You're not allowed to be doing this.
that is happening in his state. California refuses to honor detainees because of its dangerous sanctuary city policy.
Yo, watch this.
The refusal.
Now what, cunt? Why are they not doing that? Why are they not doing, yo, watch this. Cut your mic. Cut the camera. Why are they not doing that? You don't get to just talk. You get to answer questions. That's it. You don't get to make a fucking point. And I'm not gonna fucking let my audience even hear it. I don't give a shit about anything you have to say except when you're asked a fucking question. You disgusting bitch. You don't get to say shit. If I was sitting up there, I swear to God, I'd have a ball and gag on this bitch and someone behind her taking it out so she can answer questions. And as soon as she fucking speaks out of line, right back on it. Right back on it. Fucking shackled behind her. Just, you don't get to fucking speak unless spoken to.
I wanted to make sure you had time to respond. I'm going to change gears a little bit. In October, when you were testifying before the Senate, I know you and my friend Senator Katie Britt discussed concerns of infiltration of the illegal Chinese vapes into our country. As a father of three, obviously, I'm worried a little bit about this, and I believe that many parents in the country share our similar concerns. Can you provide an update on DOJ's work?
正助力气行者，哭着来要糟糕老主有。让我们将助力气息洋洋的心有，我们去将助力气形成。
into our country and have the potential to be laced with lethal drugs.
Woo!
We've seen an overdose. We need to get on the front end of this before we have another crisis.
Wait, is
and
this
children
dumb
are
cunt
dying.
trying to claim that China's lacing the vapes with Fent? Yo, where do I get a Fent vape?
You know, they're selling these things as flavored vapes illegally in many stores around the country. Secretary Kennedy and I actually we went and did something on this, and it was sadly the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And so It didn't get a lot of attention, nor should it have after that happened. But yes, we're continuing to work on that, and thank you for bringing that up. That's happening in all of our states, and I would ask everyone here, I know Congresswoman Ross was just nodding, it's happening in every state. And not only are they laced with THC, many of these vapes, but they could be laced with fentanyl. We have had a child, I wish I could think of the state it was in, but we have already had someone overdose. And we have to get together on this, and we have to get on the front end of this. And I would love to work across the aisle on this to protect our kids.
I was joking, and this dumb cunt just said China's lacing their vapes with fent, bro.
Vape is 20 cigarettes, I believe it is, but also what they could be laced with, because so many of them, the majority of them, are manufactured in China.
Sure, and if you need additional resources, please let us know as you're going through the process. And then I'm going to change gears one more time on you. Under the Biden administration, there was a lot of confusion created when parts of the DOJ began treating software developers like financial institutions. Even when they did not hold or control anyone's money, they were simply building the technology. That uncertainty made it harder for Americans to build, innovate here at home. Earlier this year, the Deputy Attorney General issued a memo entitled Ending Regulations by Prosecution, a clear break from the Biden administration's approach, and I think it's important that that's a good step in the right direction, but can you talk a bit about how the DOJ is now putting that memo into practice, especially when it comes to making sure that people are just writing the software and don't control the user's funds, we don't want them treated as an unlicensed money, or they're not money transmitters, so.
Yes, and we're doing everything.
Please tell me it fine. Dio dammi serenità di agitare il così non posso cambiare, il coraggio di cambiare, il così ci posso le certezze di capire della differenza. Please, please, please.
Gentleman yields back. Damn it! For unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of
God damn it!
Gentleman can proceed.
Thank you. Bombshell new docs show Trump called police about Epstein in 2006.
Without objection.
Kamala Harris defends Biden administration decision not to release Epstein files.
Without objection.
Why weren't they released during the Biden administration?
Without objection.
House Democrat Stacey Plaskett exchanged texts with Epstein during 2019 congressional hearing.
Without objection.
New York judge allows Epstein victims' claims against
Come
Plaskett.
on, when's it gonna happen?
Without objection.
Hakeem Jeffries solicited funding from Epstein in 2013.
You guys ever seen the show Designated Survivor?
Without objection.
Jeffrey Epstein was invited to dim fundraising dinner and to get to know Hakeem Jeffries by firm working with Brooklyn's Barack.
Without objection.
An email from Leslie Groff to Jeffrey Epstein concerning Hakeem Jeffries fundraising. Epstein file says Biden was replaced in 2019, question mark?
Without objection. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized. Mr. Correa.
What?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Ms. A.G. Bondi. I agree with you. Our top priority should be protecting Americans. In my past life in the California State Legislature, I did a lot of work on solving sex crimes, passing legislation to update our codes. And I found that the biggest challenge to solving sex crimes is reporting them. Victims have to have the guts to stand up to report those sex crimes. But it's not easy. It's the most unreported sex crime there is. Crime there is sex crimes. It's painful, humiliating. A lot of time the victims don't think anything's gonna come out of their reporting these crimes.
Yeah, because it never fucking does, bro.
Then we have adults who as children were molested, boys and girls who will live in silence for the rest of their life. I believe the Epstein files are just one of many sex rings, sex crimes taking place in our society today.
Yep.
I hear 1,200 Epstein victims.
12,000.
Some additional victims as young as 9 to 10 years old. The challenge I have today, what bothers me today about this hearing, Madam AG, is what's the message we're sending out there?
Bro, when I was a kid, when I got molested, bro, the fucking school blamed us. They were like, yo, you've seen the way those theater kids act. They were asking for it. Why do you think no one ever reports this shit, dude?
If you think after everything you've heard today, you feel that our AG, the feds, have your back. Do we have your back?
I do think Epstein is alive.
Raise your hand if you're confident that we got your back. And that's the issue, Madam AG. We've got to make sure that victims stand up and report the crimes. Otherwise, we're going to be taking a step backwards. Today, AI, cyber, social media, the new realm for people to be hurt, attacked sexually. These are the areas I'd welcome the opportunity to work with you on. It's not your problem. It's not my problem. It's our problem. But to have redacted files that are not showing us the names of these predators is wrong. These are very powerful people. This was a very expensive business, and we don't know who they are. I would imagine they're very prominent Republicans, very Republican Democrats, and we are covering up for them. We got to know what's going on out there, Madam AG.
Thank you for the $5.
It looks like you want to say something. I'm going to give the opportunity to address my statement.
I look forward to working with you on any crimes involving child sex predators, children, and also cyber crimes. That is a tremendous problem now throughout our country. AI, you are correct. AI is causing great problems online we're working on that though. AI is an incredible tool, but it also can be fraught with peril with victims of crime. I've experienced that with someone I know who we've been trying to help. I look forward, though, to working with you on that and on cyber crimes. Can I?
Please, go ahead.
And as I said before, to any victims, we ask them to come forward to our office, and we want to work with them. I have never not worked with a victim, and I believe I've actually spoken to several of the
Madam, if I can reclaim my time, I only have a minute.
Behind me.
If I can reclaim my time. I just think we start out by making sure those redactions are unredacted, those Epstein files, to make sure that the public, according to the law, following the law, that those names in those files are made public. We have to make sure we tell those predators there is no place for them to hide, and if they commit the
she
crime,
works for the
they're gonna
predators.
fry for it.
She's not going to throw her boss under the fucking
showing us
bus.
the names of the perpetrators in the Epstein files.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
Okay. So if any man's name was redacted that should not have been, we will, of course, unredact it.
No, you won't.
If a victim's name was unredacted, please bring it to us and we will redact it. We were given 30 days to review and redact and unredact millions of pages of documents. Our error rate is very low, but there are
victims are
always
right
going to
behind
be
you. We've
errors
got to
on
convince
both
them
sides.
that we're doing a
And
good
we're
job
doing everything
of
we can to help
protecting
the
them.
victims. We will
Thank
do
you,
everything
Mr.
we can.
Chair, I'm out of time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Madam Attorney General. I wanted to return to a point that the chairman raised at the beginning of this hearing, which is these jurisdictions that refuse to honor detainer requests from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, often called sanctuary jurisdictions. Now, I know that you are not involved directly in immigration operations per se, but you do deal with the legal issues surrounding these jurisdictions. So let's say we have someone who's here illegally, who has committed a crime that, like the thousands of people you mentioned in California, murderers, sexual predators, drug traffickers. If that individual is in detention in a jurisdiction that has a sanctuary policy where they do not honor ICE detainers versus in any other jurisdiction where they do, how does the nature of apprehending that person, how does the nature of ICE's involvement in that operation differ in those two circumstances?
Well, I believe you've seen that in Minnesota, where people were not cooperating with us. I believe there a lot of local law enforcement did want to cooperate, but we are doing everything in our power to arrest and deport illegal criminal aliens, and that is not going to stop under Donald Trump's administration.
I love when she tries to act tough.
Why sanctuary cities are so dangerous, what we've seen in Minneapolis, Where do all the criminals go? The gangs, TDA, MS-13. Where are they going to go? They're going to go to a sanctuary jurisdiction because they believe they're protected, and that's not fair to the citizens of those cities.
Yeah, and this is a point that there at least used to be a lot of consensus on.
Oh my God, they're just
The
stroking
idea
each other
that,
off.
you know,
Yeah,
it's better
yeah,
to
and then
do,
it was, yeah, it's so bad.
Just-
Don't you hate sanctuary cities? Oh, I fucking hate sanctuary cities. Oh, their policy's so bad. Yeah, it's so bad. Like, dude, what the fuck is this?
Paragon of border security. But he said, I do not consider it in the service of public safety to release an individual into the community when that individual can be released to Immigration and Customs Enforcement for prompt removal. Now, his words are one thing, his actions are another. But when you have jurisdictions across the country, including my state of California, doing systematically precisely the—
Why are all Republicans so ugly? Look at this thing. It looks like he does meth.
Citizens of your community, and thank you for fighting to protect them.
Absolutely. And you know, we're having this conversation right now in relation to Homeland Security funding. And I believe there are some common sense reforms that have been proposed that folks on both sides would agree make sense. But those reforms have to go hand in hand.
Bro, this guy looks like
reforming—
an unwatered reptile. He looks like a dry reptile, bro. What a fuck ugly piece of shit cocksucker.
Bipartisan support for what has long been a bipartisan principle.
Balding ass
I want to go to a
piece of
second
shit.
topic, which is the school
Fucking
board,
holes in your
memo,
face, hideous,
which,
dark-eyed
I know
motherfucker.
that you have rescinded, and it was initially promulgated by Attorney General Garland when he came into office with President Biden, essentially opening an investigation into parents who were showing up at school board meetings and expressing their views on COVID policies, masks, various other issues, and using the full apparatus of federal law enforcement and counterterrorism to go after these parents. Now, he said this was because there was an increase of threats, but when even his own FBI director, Christopher Wray, was before this committee, he said there was no evidence of an increase in threats. Yet, nevertheless, when I asked him if he regretted the memo, Attorney General Garland said there was absolutely nothing wrong with the memo. Now, I take it you disagree with that, having now rescinded it?
What?
Absolutely. That was one of the main focuses of President Trump and this administration. We will protect parents at school boards. We will protect children in schools. We will protect parents' rights for their children's education in our school system in this
destroyed the Department of
country.
Education.
We will protect Christians. We will protect everyone who wants to freely protest. If Christians want to protest in front of an abortion clinic without being arrested, they will do so.
Thank you very much. And finally, I thank you for your efforts to step up the detection and rooting out of fraud. My home state is California. Any idea if there might be any fraud going on in California?
Trump commits fraud every day.
Well, we are establishing, as you have heard, a fraud unit, and I'm sorry you're having to deal with that in your state, but the cavalry's coming. And we have Colin McDonald, who is hopefully will be confirmed soon. We're working on Minneapolis. I don't know if you were sitting here when I said that, but California was right up there. I'm sorry to say for both sides of the aisle that California is right up there with fraud. It's out of control, but we are coming to your rescue. Donald
What do
Trump
you
is
think
coming
about the
to your rescue.
$300 million worth of Venezuelan oil that the President of the United States put into a private Qatari bank account? Anything? No? Attorney General Bondi, do you think it is un-American for an elected official to make boatloads of money off of their power? You know, like, do you think that's corrupt?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do think it is corrupt for elected officials to be profiting, just like the way that Nancy Pelosi made $200 million.
Thank you. What is your opinion on President Donald Trump profiting $3.3 billion since inauguration? And she'd go, you know, I just think it's funny. Like a girlfriend who tells you everything's fine. You okay? You okay? Yeah, no, I'm fine. I just think it's really funny that, like, dude, oh my God.
Website of decades of research and law enforcement analysis, which had concluded that right-wing extremism poses the greatest terrorism threat to Americans. The president's memo broadly and vaguely links violent conduct to ideologies, and it targeted specifically anti-American, anti-Christian, and anti-capitalist beliefs, as well as, quote, hostility to so-called traditional American views on family, religion, and morality.
Talking about us, bro.
End quote.
Talking about the NSPM7 status. That's us. Like, we are all considered domestic terrorists.
His political opponents with these sentiments listed in his memo. But as you know, as a lawyer, holding beliefs that the White House disagrees with is not a crime. And the statute defining domestic terrorism requires criminal acts, not just thoughts and ideas. That's why legal experts, nonprofit leaders, religious freedom, and civil rights advocates immediately raised the alarm that the new presidential directive was a politically motivated attack on civil society designed to silence those who disagree with the administration. So, Ms. Bondi, Section 3 of that memo directed you, as Attorney General, to submit to the President and Stephen Miller
You're damn
a
right,
list
Avo.
of groups or entities whose
You know how
members are
fucking
engaged
rich I'd
in
be
acts
if I was a
that meet
right-wing
the
grifter?
definition of domestic
I would
terrorism.
have tens of millions of fucking dollars, bro, and I would be a genuine threat to democracy.
To work with a variety of law enforcement entities to compile a list of groups and entities engaged in such acts by January 3rd, 2026, and to update that report every 30 days thereafter. So can we assume that you or persons under your direction at the Department of Justice have prepared that list of groups or entities who are designated as domestic terrorist organizations? And I just remind you that's a yes or no question.
Well, I'm not going to answer it yes or no, but what I will say is I know Antifa is part of that. I will talk to you about
That's us, folks.
February 5th,
That's us. I'm Antifa.
An Antifa member was arrested in Minneapolis federal court for
my
time.
time. Did you
They
have
ask a question and don't want an answer.
The answer is yes or no.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Because she has no upper lip. She has no upper lip, the hideous fucking
So,
bitch.
Will you commit to providing this committee with any list of organizations that you have recommended be designated as domestic terrorist organizations?
We will comply with the law in all matters.
Will you commit to provide this committee with your list of entities that you recommend be designated as domestic terrorist organizations?
I'm not going to commit to anything to you because you won't let me answer questions.
Okay, well then, we do understand that your current position is that you have a secret list of people or groups that you are accusing of domestic terrorism, but you won't share it with Congress. And I'd remind you that when the U.S.
you
government
sent the Secret Service after me.
An entity as
She's talking about me right now. Okay, I know she's not actually talking about Chris Valenti, but that's who she's talking about.
Because the government can make a mistake and the entity has the opportunity to contest it. So your position seems to be that if you falsely designate an American or an American organization as a terrorist group, there's nothing they can do about it. I think we get it. You don't want to answer the question.
No, you don't get anything regarding public safety.
Thank you.
Nothing.
Oh my God, you triggered ass snowflake,
It clearly
bitch.
didn't come to Congress prepared to answer questions
50,000
that the American
lashes.
people have every right to have answered. But if you were to prepared to answer truthfully, here's what we expect the facts to show. The administration is keeping lists of Americans who the White House says are engaged in domestic terrorism. Those lists could include Americans who have not committed any acts of terrorism, but simply disagree with this administration, people like Renee Good and Alex Preddy. And your list may include clergy, elected officials, and members of indivisible groups across the country. And those lists likely don't include Proud Boys or Oath Keepers who were actually convicted. Americans have never tolerated political demagogues who use the government to punish people on an enemies list. It brought down McCarthy, it brought down Nixon, and it will bring down this administration as well.
And you're right. That's why we're so glad they rescinded the memorandum targeting parents.
Why the fuck are you talking, bro? You're the chairman of the board. You're not supposed to be doing.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
May I respond very briefly to her statement?
I think we can do that probably on
no, you don't get to respond.
one of our members' time.
Okay, thank you. I don't want that to get away. Thank you.
You don't get to
Thank you,
respond.
Mr. Chairman.
You weren't asked the
Behind
fucking
me, I have
question,
3
and you
documents
refused to answer
from
the
the
fucking
DOJ
questions that were
production
asked to you.
that are
Ball and
emblematic
gag,
of the
bitch.
massive
50
failure of the
fucking
DOJ
lashes.
To comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
Oh, that's
To my
Massey.
right is an
We love
email
this
that was
guy.
sent by
We
the
love this
victims'
guy.
lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact. A list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors.
She might like that?
you did.
Shaq, be honest. Come on, she
And
ain't a freak
they're
like
getting
us.
phone
She ain't gonna
calls.
like
A
that
lot of these
shit.
people
That
didn't
dumb
want
bitch probably likes it vanilla and missionary, no matter what.
Document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking, Co-Conspirators, fully redacted. And by the way, I'm going to unredact them here. Les Wexner is in this. Now, your your deputy
oh my God.
attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files. But he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking, not to prostitution, not to money laundering, child sex trafficking.
Oh, because she won't even look at him.
And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD 302 release. These are the documents that we need that you're holding on to and over-redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction?
Black screen.
Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of
She's not going to answer.
accountability?
She's not going to answer.
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a
Can I finish
co-conspirator.
my answer? Come on. Let me
Answer
finish
the
my
question,
answer.
you cunt!
We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time.
He was,
Mr. Chairman.
This isn't how this works.
Can I have my
Jim
time?
Jordan can't do the job. He will not reclaim his time.
Can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from
All right,
Kentucky.
I'm reclaiming my
Can
time.
I give my answer?
So
Yes.
I'm going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman,
Because
may
I
I
have
give
another
my answer
question.
on that?
Here's
a political
the
question.
No! Ball, gag, 50 lashes! Ball, gag, 50 lashes!
Chairman, it's my time.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question.
You can give
Within
me-
40 minutes,
Cut her mic!
Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
Red hand, there was one redaction.
Cut her
out of
fucking mic.
Listed as a
4,700,
co-conspirator.
And we invited
what?
you
Switch-
in.
show the video.
This
Show
guy
the-
has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs
Show
to
the
get,
video.
you're a failed politician.
Gentlemen,
You need to
time
go
out.
on
Jesus
this matter.
triggered. Ball, gag, 1,000 lashes.
Himself, there is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
She won't
My
answer.
position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I am reclaiming my time. I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get to reclaim
because
time
this
when
is
you don't-
bigger than
when you can't-
Watergate.
when I don't answer a question the
This
way you
goes
want.
over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
now,
where the
I want to
most
know at what
transparent-
point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wessner was not a co-conspirator, because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen.
She just said time's up.
To release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not, and it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has
Which,
expired.
may she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
The gentleman's time has
Ball
expired.
gag, 1,000 lashes, enslaved in a fucking gulag.
Mr. Chairman, could she answer the question?
Chairman, I was wondering.
The gentlelady's allowed, the Attorney General's allowed to respond the way she wants to respond to any member's questions, Republican, Democrat.
I have unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized for a UC.
All right. This is an example. I'm submitting these 302 forms that are entirely redacted, even when you go to look at them.
Without objection.
I'm submitting a witness statement that implicates Les Wexner.
Without objection.
I'm submitting an article from the New York Times that the DOJ released nude photos and identifiable pictures of the victims. I'm submitting a letter from AG Bondi to Kash Patel, imploring him to quit keeping the files when you found out that they were keeping files from you, because they're still redacting
Yes, Shag.
files.
Yes.
Chairman, are we going to?
They're literally violating the law only for Pam Bondi. I hope you guys understand that if there was a fucking Democrat sitting where Pam Bondi is and the Republicans were asking them questions and they go, oh, can I answer the question? They would cut their fucking mic. They would reclaim their fucking time. They would tell them to shut up. They would literally say, shut up. That's what this is. You do not live in a country with a fucking justice system. You don't. You live in a country where the ruling party gets to just dominate over whoever the fuck they're up against. It's so fucking stupid. It's so corrupt. And it's because this fucking balding cracker is the fucking chairman of the board. I bet you this motherfucker's in the goddamn Epstein files.
What you said, Attorney General Bondi, and you said it to me personally, that you take the personal security of every member of Congress seriously and that people can contact you about that. And in these times,
real quick,
that's a very serious matter. So I thank you for
I'm curious.
Article 2, Section 1, Clause 7 of the Constitution is the Domestic Emoluments Clause. And it says that the president is limited to his salary in office and cannot receive any other money from the federal government while he's in office. It cannot be increased by $1. This president is the first president in U.S. history who has repeatedly sued the federal government.
All I do is guess.
For $230 million for the judicial search warrant at Mar-a-Lago, which was perfectly lawful and was never struck down. But now he's suing the IRS for $10 billion. He's suing the IRS for $10 billion, which I think is around 80% of its annual budget, because his tax returns were leaked. And they were illegally leaked by a private contractor who actually is in prison now, Charles Littlejohn. But he wants $10 billion. Now, but I want to ask you the question of whether you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for you to settle that $10 billion case or any of the other claims that the president has made against the government. He himself has remarked, it's interesting because I'm the one that makes the deal, right? And he says, I kind of have to work it out with myself. Do you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for the president to work out a deal from people who are his subordinates under his unitary executive theory to get money in one of these cases?
I'm not going to discuss pending litigation.
Okay, so theoretically you're saying because his privacy rights were violated in that tax case, and they were. I'm with the president on that. I mean, his Mar-a-Lago thing is ridiculous, but there's no doubt that his tax returns, despite the fact that he promised to release them, despite the fact that every other president released the tax returns, he suffered embarrassment when it showed that he hadn't paid taxes for several years, and he had a right for that not to happen. Now, I want to turn back to the Epstein survivors, because President Trump may have been a little bit embarrassed by the release of those tax returns. How much do you think the claims of these survivors are worth? As the good congressman from Kentucky just pointed out, there were lots of survivors who had decided, for reasons of their own, never to release their names. That determination was represented to people in Congress, and we built it into our federal law that their names could not be released, and yet you published their names, their phone numbers, their addresses, personally identifying information. If Donald Trump can get $10 billion
She's going to say she didn't mean
from the
to.
Department of Justice,
She's going to say, if you know of any names that we should have redacted, please tell me. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. I'll redact them right now.
far greater danger established to them in their lives.
Do you even know who Chase Mulligan is? You're so obsessed with...
Ball gag, 1,000 lashes. Shut the fuck up, cunt. Answer the fucking question, you goddamn rambunctious slut!
Your Trump derangement syndrome.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like my time restored. I'd like my time restored.
In your district.
Lashes, lashes, ball and gag, lashes.
Keeping
Time belongs to the gentleman.
Predators.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Maryland. The gentleman can proceed.
Yeah, and I want the whole country to look at this, because this is the Attorney General of the United States, whose job is law enforcement. We've never had a witness who has misunderstood our rules and been unable to conform his or her conduct to our rules before.
I'm gonna pretend I got the ball and gag and I remove it so you can see when I put it back on it. Because right now, ball and gag.
Excuse me,
ball and
I'm
gag.
not yielding to you right now. I'd like that second restored too. So, Ms. Bondi, the way it works is we ask you a question and you answer it. And if you go off on a wild goose chase, another tangent, you start reading statistics or you start talking about stuff going on in our district. And by the way, I invite you to my district. Come to my district, but that's not what we're here to do today. Okay, so, and you do that, then we're allowed to say we reclaim our time. At that point, you have to be quiet. You have no choice. You have to be quiet. So I hope you understand the rule at this point. Now, here's what I want to ask you. You're in law enforcement. We've seen all kinds of evidence of crimes. And when we go over to the Department of Justice for the 4 computers for every member of Congress, we see more evidence of crimes. Will you create a joint task force of the Department of Justice and governors and state attorney generals and district attorneys across the country to investigate the crimes that have taken place against these victims and more than 1,000 like them? The DOJ is not doing its job. Will you create a task force?
She's not going to answer. She's going to say we will follow the law.
Enforcement to make that happen.
We will follow the law.
Gentlelady can respond if she wants to.
Thank you, Chairman. He called Chase Mulligan a wild goose chase and didn't even know who he was.
Ball gag,
He is
50
a
lashes.
in your own district who preyed on girls.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, you know what? If he were part of the Epstein investigation, you wouldn't do anything about it.
Online chat rooms and committed sextortion. Yet he didn't even know in your tiny little district who he was.
Mr. Chairman, she's embarrassing you.
He's about to be
This is your committee, and she is embarrassing you.
They're on the same team.
Gentleman has expired. I would.
They're working together.
Congress. Secretary Mayorkas was here numerous times, and he wouldn't answer our questions, even when we sent them to him ahead of time in writing. So that's what we've had to deal with. I think the Attorney General is doing just fine. We have votes shortly. I will go to the gentleman from Virginia, and then we will take a break to head to the floor.
I thank the Chairman, Attorney General Bondi. Thank you for being here. And I wanted to thank you for your work at DOJ in restoring the rule of law, encouraging transparency surrounding Jack Smith's partisan investigations into President Trump, declassifying information about the Russia collusion hoax, cracking down on sanctuary jurisdictions, and establishing the National Fraud Enforcement Division. Let me first go to securing the border and immigration enforcement. Our new governor has recently rescinded 287G cooperation.
If you want to know how fucked up this situation is, every single Republican has only asked about migrants, and the Democrats are only asking about the giant child sex trafficking ring that the President of the United States orchestrated. The Republicans don't give a fuck about the Epstein files. They haven't asked her a single fucking, except Massey, but Massey is not a Republican anymore. He might call himself a fucking Republican, but if he actually thinks that he's a Republican, he's a fucking dipshit. You cannot be a Republican and want the Epstein files. Trump said it himself. Trump said, if you want the Epstein files released, you're not MAGA, you're fake MAGA. And the Republican Party died a long time ago. The only right-wing group that exists is MAGA. That's it. So, like, dude, like, oh my God, dude. And this is why I tell you, this is why I say every single time, guys,
you need to vehemently despise Republicans. You actually need to hate them. You can't, I'm willing to come to the middle and negotiate with you. No, you need to fucking despise them and want them to suffer. That's it. If you're not willing to play ball, get the fuck off the field.
And be safe. They can't, because Donald Trump is going to protect Americans. We're going to protect the citizens there, whether or not the governors, the mayors are going to do it or not. But President Trump is. We're going to keep Americans safe from violent gang members like he's been doing this last year.
We appreciate that. We appreciate your work to make that happen in Virginia and keep Virginia safe. I want to move on to the fraud enforcement division that you've established. My understanding is that this initiative is intended to centralize, coordinate enforcement of fraud laws related to government programs. You've talked about Minnesota, you've talked about California. Would this affect Virginia as well? Because we have fraud in Virginia as well.
Absolutely, and we look forward to working with you.
Would this affect things like long-term care accountability, senior living facilities engaged in Medicaid fraud, including systemic overbilling practices and the misappropriation of taxpayer-funded benefits?
That is exactly what it's set up to help.
Okay. I know that whether it was related to fraud specifically or
Someone
another
says,
subject.
Hold on, Chatter just says, no, I don't think I'll hate anyone. I can distinguish my enemy and have no mercy for him without hating him or having hate in my heart.
Then you will lose. You will lose. They hate you. They want to kill you. And you're gonna what? Go, we could talk about this. They're just gonna fucking kill you. Do you not understand what you're up against? You're not up against people who want to debate you. You're up against people who want to kill you. You're gonna fucking lose.
One big beautiful bill into law, which included the Hearing Protection Act, part of it that was sponsored by myself and Congressman Clyde. It reduced the national firearms tax, $200 tax on suppressors and short-barreled firearms to zero. And while the tax has been eliminated, the NFA's registration and paperwork requirements remain in effect. And your DOJ has said that that would, even though the tax was reduced to zero, that the registration requirement is still somehow necessary, even
I understand
though,
the Ang argument, but I'm
regard
core
to,
all the way. Let me explain something real quick, guys. You want to know why we're dealing with a Nazi problem? It's because we didn't kill the Nazis. It's because after we won the war, we hung 11 of them. Sorry, hanged. We hanged 11 of them. The rest of them, we allowed them to just go home. We also gave a whole bunch of them U.S. passports and brought them to the United States. You want to know why the fucking Soviets didn't have to deal with a Nazi problem? Because they enslaved 60,000 of them and executed 4,000. If you want to pussyfoot around, if you want to fucking kumbaya with a goddamn Nazi, then your grandkid is going to have to deal with that shit. I say we get rid of the problem at the fucking root. We yank out the fucking root. Now, listen, maybe I'm the crazy one. Maybe I'm the fucking one who's lost his shit. But I'm tired, man. I'm tired because I learned about the fucking Nazis 80 years ago. Now I'm living with the fucking Nazis in 2026. And if we continue down this neoliberal bullshit ass kumbaya, come to the fucking table and negotiate, then my grandkids are gonna have to deal with the fucking Nazis. I wanna put out the fucking fire.
Ridiculous as that whole thing was, we kind of like to know the answer to that if you could. And with that, we're going to stand in recess. We will go as quickly as we can and vote. We have 2 quick votes on the floor, and we'll be back. There is actually some lunch if you all need it. We have for our members, and since you're back here, you can have some. We normally have plenty.
Mr. Chairman.
We'll take a recess.
Before you gavel out, can I ask for unanimous consent to enter to a record the article entitled Inside Trump's DOJ dated October 16, 2020?
Without objection, we stand in recess.
Oh. 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 Chatter says again, I said I have no mercy for my enemy. That's not exactly trying to talk it out like some liberal. I'm just not a socialist. I'm actually MLM. I don't know what MLM means, so definitely not down for talking. I don't know what MLM means. What does MLM mean? What does MLM mean? Marxist, Leninist, Maoist?
a Marxist Leninist Maoist. I might piss a lot of you off. There's nothing I fucking hate more than theory nerds. There's nothing I hate more than theory nerds. I've read many a theory. I've read a lot of fucking theory. The worst thing you could do is like spew out straight up theory without, valentifying it. That's why I have a verb. It's called valentifying, right? You read some fucking theory written by Karl Marx in the fucking early 1900s or late 1800s, and you try and spew that exact same shit to some fucking uneducated 19-year-old toothless fucking hick, and they do not compute. You need to take what you've learned and valentify it. You need to make it easily consumable, modern, something where that you have to convince them that they like this shit before they even know what it is. You go up and say, I'm a Marxist, Leninist, Maoist. Well, congratulations. Now they don't give a fuck about anything you have to say. You have to say what you have to say, make it sound good, make them understand that they want that, and then you tell them what it is. And they go, oh, I support socialism? You don't enter in with that. That's not how you win. That's not how you win. Thank you for the $5. So basically, Trump became president to dismantle the government and make his pedo ring even bigger than it already was. Fuck MAGA. Yup. Unfucking believable. All right, well, at least while they're on recess, we can make our video because I have a whole bunch of stuff to talk about. I'm going to go fill up my coffee. You guys want an advertisement, or do you want to learn about fascism while I'm gone? Or do you want to learn how to coup d'etat a nation? Do you guys want to learn how to coup d'etat a nation? I can teach you how to coup d'etat any nation. 5 easy steps. All right, I'll let you learn how to coup d'etat a nation. Hold on. I'm gonna get this video queued up on the fucking Stream Deck at some point. I'll do that later today, but for now, I'm gonna give you this. Hold on. We all know that America... Which episode? Oh, we don't have... The 5 steps to coup d'etat nation is still being edited. So I'll give you this. I'll give you American manufactured consent.
Likes to wage foreign wars. But we never talk about how we convince the American people to support
I'll be right back.
these
I'm gonna
wars
fill up
in
my
the first
coffee.
place.
Learn about manufactured
I'm
consent.
Chris Valenti, and this is Valentified History. Today, we're going to talk about manufactured consent. Have you ever bought something you didn't need? Supported a policy you couldn't explain? Defended a war that you didn't understand? Congratulations, you've been a victim of manufactured consent. But don't panic. Understanding what manufactured consent is can prevent you from falling for the propaganda in the future. The term manufactured consent was popularized by American activist and professor Noam Chomsky, seen here with New York financier Jeffrey Epstein. In a society that looks free, you don't control people through force. You control them by convincing them that the government's actions are actually normal. Instead of saying, do this or else, you say, well, everyone else is doing it. This is common sense. This is how we defend democracy. It's not mind control, it's vibe control. The origins of manufactured consent go back to the Stone Age, far before we threw that tea into the harbor. But America is to manufactured consent like the iPhone is to smartphones. We may not have invented it, but we sure as hell perfected it. Manufactured consent's true history for Americans begins in World War I. You see, in the early 1900s, America was an isolationist nation. So when war began to erupt all over Europe, most Americans said, "Not my problem." But President Wilson really wanted to join the war, not out of bloodlust, but out of greed. You see, by financing all sides of this European war, these nations would accrue massive amounts of debt owed to the American government. The American government came up with a plan to gaslight the entire nation. So they created the Committee on Public Affairs, essentially state-controlled media. You see, the government deployed every tool in their arsenal to convince the American people that it was actually our duty to join the war. They did this with posters, newspapers, movies, celebrities, politicians, you name it. Suddenly, it became un-American to not support the war. There were posters of the German horde trampling over democracy, stories of German spies embedded within the United States, fears that the war would spill over the Atlantic Ocean and make its way to the home front. All of these were lies. The final nail in the coffin was when the Brits claimed to have intercepted a secret coded message from the Germans to the Mexicans. Now, this supposed message was known as the Zimmerman telegram, in which the Germans requested a Mexican invasion of the United States of America from the southern border. Suddenly, Americans were foaming at the mouth, ready for war. Before we knew it, our doughboys were dying in the Argonne. The government deployed their most loyal servants to manufacture consent. Corporations! After World War I, we began to see this gaslighting technique be deployed across every sector of commerce.
I just came
the
back,
elites
and there's
believed
the
that
chatter.
democracy
You
is
waited
dangerous,
for me to be gone to say
and the
that?
rich and powerful should
What did you say?
quietly guide
Chatter says, yeah, this dude is reactionary, and the yelling and the screaming and being an asshole, very immature, and strictly for his brand. Having hatred is fuel if you don't change it into strategic and thoughtful planning. I've done more for the movement than you'll ever do in your entire fucking life, bro. You're a bookworm. You sit there reading theory and then diddling your fucking micro chode. Like, be so fucking for real with yourself. You're useless to this fucking movement, bro. I doubt you've ever been on the street. I doubt you've ever been in a fucking protest. I doubt you've ever pumped out any content to try and convert young people into fucking socialists. Dude, you're fucking useless. Shut the fuck up forever.
Public opinion. Tobacco companies started to call their cigarettes torches of freedom, and car manufacturers started to say, buy American, that way to make you feel bad about buying a foreign vehicle. They were manipulating us. Fast forward to World War II, and now America has a second opportunity to make a bucket load of money. But you know the old saying, you gotta...
I don't like the way that the content creator is screaming. I don't like the way that the content creator is putting emotion into his beliefs. I like it when they wear a suit and they just say the numbers and the facts, and then nothing comes from it because it reinforces my previously held beliefs and notions. I like it when everybody is calm and just talks about theory.
Fucking pussy ass bitch. Spend money to make money. And America needed a lot of money to fight in World War II. So instead of asking for donations, they said, buy war bonds. Be a hero. So celebrities across the nation are recruited to start selling these war bonds, right? Even public schools start campaigns to pressure the children into getting their parents to buy these war bonds. And more importantly, posters were slapped up across the entire nation that implied that if you didn't buy war bonds, you actually wanted our soldiers to die. Posters like...
When are they done with this?
24.
Oh, they're back.
We also located
Oh, wait, no, they're not.
2,700 victims of child exploitation.
No, they're just playing the hits. They're playing the hits now. Chris, are you dissing Kyle? No, I love Kyle. I love Kyle. How's baby Ouija? She's good. She's sleeping right there. She's sleeping right there. All right. We got stuff to talk about. I do want to... I wonder if they already posted those clips on, like, ACYN or some shit. All love Valenti, but the Valentified history just sounds like you're telling idiots to pay attention to history. I am. Bro, when you watch it, if you feel like it feels like Chris is talking to a group of fucking morons, that's because I am. And not you guys. Like, it's for the average American. The average American is dumber than a box of fucking rocks. So you have to hold their hand and walk them into the history that they need to learn. Like, they're so fucking stupid. That's what you have to do. That's what you have to do. Oh, yes. ACYN is already posting banger-ass fucking clips.
Then the gentleman can move to his next question.
It's my time.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question.
All right. We're going to make a video on this. I do want to check what you guys gave me. Cuba's running out of oil. We talked about that yesterday. Epstein files. We're talking about that right now. MAGA bullshit. ICE doing fucked up shit. We know that. Oh, this is from yesterday. This is from yesterday? Did you guys make one for today? Or is this for, we're just using the same one? That's yesterday's? Is there a new one? Is there a new one? Excuse me. I've also got this link put together from Malenti. Malenti is our capitalist liberal. Hi, Average American here. I love learning from the history videos. Thank you, man. See, that's the point. I also don't curse in them because I want children to be able to watch it. I want people to be able to show their kids those videos. All right, what do we got? Rapidly advancing AI with no regulation. Yep, tech feudalism. Trump BS, ICE BS, Israel BS, Canadian school shooting. Canada had a school shooting? That's not normal. What do we got? U.S. manufacturing is in a retreat if Trump's tariffs aren't helping. Okay. Thank you for the $5, man. Appreciate that. We got a video here. Hold on. Yeah, I saw this. I'll get that queued up. Definitely taught me a lot, bro. I'm glad to hear that, Trent. I'm glad to hear that, brother. Thank you for the $5. When do we converge on Washington with a list of demands? Not yet. I'll tell you, we're approaching that, but not yet. Not yet. Why do they even mention American shootings anymore? Seems like you all are a bit desensitized. Yeah, no, like, I'll being so dead ass, bro. Well, I was born in 1997. We were running shooter drills when I was a kid, bro. Like, we would run the fire drills. We would run the lockdown drills, is what they called it. Lockdown drills was there's a school shooter. By the time I was like 7 years old, they had us rehearsing for an armed gunman coming in to kill you. So we are very desensitized to that shit in this nation. Every time I see a story about a school shooting in America, I go, that sucks. And then I move on because there's one every day. There's at least one every single day, I believe. I think there might be two every single day. Mass shootings, mass shooting events in the United States. That's just the way it is here, man. That's just the way it is. Anyway. AOC, I would let you beat me to death and I would thank you. Pride flag removed from Stonewall. Jesus. Tech watchdogs are resigning and saying the world is in peril. I'll get a look at that.
Okay, we got a bunch. We got a bunch. I do want to see if they're done with their lunch yet.
Sex trafficking ring. They pattern of redacting the
Alrighty. Chris, did you see the Democratic Socialists of Sweden voted to deport children who were born in Sweden? What? No, to be honest, no, I don't keep up with Swedish news ever. So no, I didn't hear that. But that can't be the extent of it. There's got to be context to that, bro. There's got to be context to that. Now, also, I don't know if Sweden has the same laws as us, right? Like, we have a constitution, and I know Trump is trying to destroy the 14th Amendment, but we have a constitution that says if you're born on U.S. soil, you're an American. I have no idea if Sweden has that baked into their constitution. I don't even know if they have a constitution. You know what I'm saying? So, that didn't really mean, granted, if I had my fucking way, nobody would get deported fucking anywhere, you know? So it's got me very interested in learning more. Any advice on where to start? I would highly recommend, like, at this point, if you've avoided learning history, I would start with documentaries and then move into books on specific things that, like, pique your interest. I have this book that I'm reading all about the Espionage Act, and it's fucking insane. And now, when some of you hear the Espionage Act, what year are you thinking? When you guys hear about the Espionage Act, what year are you thinking of? What year are you thinking of? (1941, 1997, 1955, late 70s, 50s? Nah. The Espionage Act of 1917, bro. The United States government has been spying on its own people since 1917 and using the Espionage Act to just overrule constitutional law. It's fucking insane, bro. Hold on. Look at this shit, dude. Bro, the Espionage Act of 1917. I've been reading this book all about this. It's enacted on June 15th, 1917, shortly after the U.S. entered World War I, and it has been amended numerous times over the years. It was originally founded in Title 50. I'm going to go grab my book. I want to read you one paragraph from this book. It's fucking insane. Okay. All right. This book is called A Century of Repression, the Espionage Act and the Freedom of the Press. It's by Ralph Engelman and Carrie Schenkman. All right? This book is incredible. It's incredible, okay? And I want to read you this one little excerpt from it. It's early on. Here it is. All right, listen to this. Ready? Because I couldn't put it in better words than this. Ready? The Espionage Act of 1917 is the most important yet least understood piece of legislation threatening the free flow of information in U.S. history. To date, no single study systematically traces the century-long life of the law, spanning the two world wars, the Cold War, and the War on Terror. In regard to the threat it poses to freedom of expression, its very name is a misnomer, since its scope extends well beyond spying. Indeed, this volume does not examine the use of the act against espionage as commonly understood, spying for a foreign government. Rather, we focus on those provisions criminalizing unauthorized disclosures by persons not charged with espionage, among them political dissidents, whistleblowers, and journalists. Yet, the name of the law surrounds prosecutions of war critics and insider sources with an aura of disloyalty and national betrayal. The Espionage Act has repeatedly been deployed in times of war to limit free speech, a free press, and freedom of information in regard to U.S. foreign and military policy. Its application provides a revealing lens through which to view critical moments in a century of U.S. history. An examination of its trajectory toward new perspectives on American liberalism, the origins of J. Edgar Hoover's FBI, the emergence of the modern civil liberties movement, and the need to balance the First Amendment rights against claims of national security. Bro, since 1917, the government has been circumventing the Constitution and spying on political dissidents, whistleblowers, anybody and everybody who has something bad to say about the fucking government. All the bullshit that we have claimed about the Soviets and the Chinese, it's all been projection. It's us. It has always been us. The McCarthy era, the Red Scare, it has always been us. We are the people who limit the freedom of speech of our own fucking civilians, our own citizens, simply to carry the flame, no pun intended, of this hyper-capitalist fucking imperialist colonizing piece of shit country. Here's the book, one more time. A Century of Repression, The Espionage Act and the Freedom of the Press by Ralph Engelman and Carrie Schenkman. This shit is unfucking real. The more you read this, the more you're gonna realize, like, wow, we actually are the most cruel nation that has ever existed. We genuinely are. We are the most evil and cruel nation that has ever fucking existed. And I do mean that. I genuinely mean that. I think we're worse than Nazi Germany. I think this nation is so much worse than Nazi Germany. Genuinely. You think the 10 million people they fucking killed was bad? Bro, we have killed at least 100 million people since our inception. Probably double that. We have murdered and raped and genocided our way through life since fucking 1776, dog. It's unfucking believable. You have to read this shit. You have to read this shit. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's incredible. All right, are they back yet? No, they're still not back yet. Always remember, guys, we murdered between 40 and 50 million Native Americans. Do you understand that? Think about the Holocaust, bro. They always say, they say 6 million Jews, and then you add like the 4 to 5 million other people, you know, Catholics and Romani and black and disabled and like any dissidents of the regime. That's 10 million. We started off our nation with a genocide that was 5 times as large. 5 times as large. Exterminated them. And I'm not even mentioning the 400-year-long transatlantic slave trade, bro. An entire continent of people deemed less than human. An entire continent, bro. Bro, like, we have got to be the cruelest fucking nation that has ever existed. That has ever fucking existed. Genuinely. Genuinely. Yes, and the Nazis learned from American history, so that's something a lot of people don't know. I studied World War I and II extensively, specifically the rise of fascism in Germany between 1910 and 1940, right? Hitler wrote extensively, and so did the rest of the Nazi Party, that they looked to America as an example. He learned from us our segregationist policies, our laws on interracial marriage. Like, they learned from us the same way that the Israelis learned from us, bro. We are the example when it comes to cruelty, misogyny, slavery, white nationalism. We are the blueprint. We always have been. Oh, it's so fucking... You don't think the British have us beat? Not even fucking close, no. No, not even close. The British did everything they could to be cruel, but I think we outbeat them in probably 100 years. About 100 years after our inception, we had outpaced them in terms of cruelty.
Una mattina mi sono alzato, un bello ciao, bello ciao, bello ciao, ciao, ciao. Una mattina mi sono alzato e ho trovato l'invasor. Oh partigiano, portami via, Un bello ciao, 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 partigiano, portami via, che mi sento di morir.
Oh, I need that. I need that every day. I need that every single goddamn day. Every day. I'm sweating bullets from this coffee. I'll tell you this much. I'll tell you that much. I'm sweating fucking bullets from the coffee. I'm sweating fucking bullets from the coffee. I can tell you that much. Oh, I do believe there was a Chinese time period every bit as bad. I can't think of a single time period where the Chinese practiced chattel slavery. I genuinely can't. Maybe I don't know enough about Chinese history, but I can't think of a single fucking time that the Chinese practiced chattel slavery. I can't. There's a huge difference between slavery and chattel slavery. Every society on planet Earth has practiced slavery. Not all of them have practiced chattel slavery. That is a particularly cruel form of slavery. Particularly fucking brutal. Excuse me. Chattel slavery is a deeply dehumanizing system where enslaved individuals are legally treated as personal property, chattel that can be bought, sold, traded, inherited, rather than as human beings. Even like the Ottoman Empire, who practiced slavery, they did not practice chattel slavery. You could always buy your way out of slavery. You could work your way out of slavery. You were not a slave to the end of time. I'm pretty sure the Ottomans even had a fucking emperor that was born a slave. He was born a fucking slave and ended up the goddamn emperor. Thank you for the $5. Chris, whenever you do Bella Ciao, you should have English lyric subtitles so your followers can learn the lyrics. That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. What is this? What link is this? Numerous credible reports of torture, killing, and inhumane treatment of detained individuals at a camp in East Montana detention facility. Yeah, what did you expect? Sexual abuse against detainees. Detainee was threatened with deportation to Mexico. He was violently hit in the head multiple times. They crushed his testicles between their fingers. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Turkish parliament throwing hands. I think I've seen that before, yeah. Yeah, I know J-Mail, bro. I got in trouble for covering J-Mail. Still in recess. All right, why don't we make a video while she's in recess? There's a couple of things I wanted to cover. Where's Aaron Rupar, or ACYN? Let's see what they got.
Can move to
Chairman,
the next question.
it's my time.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question. Within 40
All right, hold on. Get rid of this.
Comer a letter with 6 or 7 who deal with Donald Trump. Now she's taking questions, don't in any way incriminate her. So we'll see what she does. But there's 7 questions that I have specifically asked. I submitted.
Get that up there. Howard Lutnick, we'll get him up there. There was something with Howard Lutnick. Yep. Don't really give a shit about that. Don't really give a shit about that. Yup, care about that one.
help them.
Oh, what the fuck is this? Surprised they haven't shot the fucking dog yet. By the way, if they do this to your house and you're armed, you are legally allowed to just fucking unload. Like, literally. If they don't have a warrant, it doesn't matter. I have no idea who that is. I have no idea who that is. They don't announce themselves. They don't have a fucking warrant. They just kick your fucking door in. You're legally allowed to just fucking unload. What country is this? The United States of America.
Hell, man. Stop running! No, stop. You're going to fuck hell, man. Hold it, hold it, hold up!
Stay in the room, please.
No, no, this is my house. This is my house. Why do you do this? Why do you break families apart?
Because he enjoys doing it. ICE agents are subhuman. Like, they're not human beings. They're supposed to be enslaved in a gulag for the rest of their miserable existences until they die of starvation. That's what you're supposed to do with them. What? They don't consider you people. Why are we treating them like people?
Why? You don't have kids?
Oh, well, he doesn't consider your kids to be people because you have brown skin.
You don't have a family? Why do you do this? Do you think this is okay? I know you feel something.
No, they don't feel anything, bro. These aren't human beings.
Hey, no. Stop crying! Call your mom. Call your mom. Why, man? Why?
Because he enjoys this.
Weenie, do you have kids?
He would have just,
No, but listen, do you have kids?
I'm not here.
You're evil. You're evil. God has a special place for you guys. I hope you know that. Don't hurt him! Don't hurt him! You're hurting him! What do you mean? No! No!
Yeah, every single ICE agent should be enslaved. I'm not even kidding. I know that I really hope this gets clipped and put on like Fox News or something. I will vote for whoever says, once I'm in office, I'm going to round up every single ICE agent without due process and genuinely enslave them, and we're going to use them to build a national train system. Not kidding. That's what I want. That's what I want. I want them enslaved. I want them all enslaved. I don't give a fuck if they go, I literally didn't do anything. I just joined ICE. I've never been deployed. Don't care. You're in ICE. You're not human. Enslaved. Not kidding whatsoever, not being facetious, not being sarcastic. I genuinely want ICE agents enslaved. I'd love that. Not kidding. Not kidding. Call me authoritarian. Don't give a fuck anymore. Hey! There's somebody vacuuming. Hey. Hey! Luigi, it's a human. It's a human being vacuuming. Hey. Weenie. Come here. not like the fucking human vacuum. She does not like the vacuum. Luigi, stop it. She is not a fan. She is not a fan. Hey, it's a person with a vacuum. She's like, exactly, father. The vacuum is the evil machine of death and destruction. Do you not know this? Go back to bed. Oh. Are they back from their fucking lunch yet? No, they're still not. Fucking dipshits. All right. Luigi! Stop! Sorry about that. She needs a firm tone of voice to listen. She's about to bark again, ain't she? You little bitch. Stop abusing her, Chris. You're right, man. Every time I say, stop barking, Luigi, that's abuse. I totally forgot. Okay. We'll start here. Can you guys hear Luigi scratching? Luigi? Please stop it. Chris, you mad cute though? Can I have your number? You cannot have my phone number. But thank you for calling me cute. I appreciate that. All right. We're going to start just with Pam Bondi, bro. We're just going to start a video with Pam Bondi and shit. You know, it just never fucking ends. Dohairas Likiri! Likiri! Luigi! Luigi! Dohairas! Oh my god, dude. She doesn't even speak High Valyrian. What sort of fucking dragon is this, bro? She doesn't even speak High Valyrian. You know, how could you call yourself a dragon and you don't speak High Valyrian? Are you fucking kidding me? Dohairas! Likiri. Good girl. Good girl. Hey. Be a good girl. All right. No scooting. All right. I think we got to dive into this shit. Chris, you got the chat gooning now? I'm talking to my dog, you goonettes and gooners. Gooners and goonettes. Y'all are sick. Y'all are sick. All right. Oh, okay.
Here we go. Y'all ready? We're gonna make a quick video. I do, avocado, I do. Attorney General Pam Bondi, the lying cunt, well, she's testifying in front of Congress and is getting fucking flamed. And because she can't handle questions that make her look bad, she is crashing the fuck out. I mean, actually crashing out like, don't you dare accuse me of committing crimes. You're a washed up lawyer. It is some of the funniest shit I've ever seen. Here's the thing. It's not even about it being funny. Like, Jim Jordan is the chairman of the board. Jim Jordan, if you don't know, he's got like SA allegations from back when he was younger with Young Wrestling Men, because he's a closet case and definitely a fucking predator. He's a closet case predator. He and her are working together. He's the chairman of the board. So she'll just start talking out of turn, not answering questions, just spewing out bullshit. And the people asking the question will be like, yo, I reclaim my time. I'm reclaiming my time. And Jim Jordan's like, I don't know. Like, the entire Justice Department is rigged, and I'm at the point now where I think that we need an authoritarian left, and Pam Bondi should have a fucking ball and gag with somebody with a whip there. And every time she fucking speaks out of turn, ball, gag, lash! Verbatim, dead ass, on God. That's the point that I'm at right now. So we're going to be talking about that, and then I got a whole bunch of ice shit. We have so much shit to talk about. Before we do dive in there, hi, how are you? I'm Chris Valenti. Look at that pit stain. Welcome to the Valenti VOD. I'm a dirtbag leftist. I'm a socialist. I fucking hate fascism. I don't make much money on this channel because I refuse to do advertisements. I refuse to do sponsors. I refuse to do ad reads. I've never had a conversation with a billionaire or a government, any of that shit. The shit that you're used to if you watch like that bald piece of shit Tim Pool, or that stupid fuck Ben Shapiro, or that dead piece of shit Charlie Kirk. If you're used to them, then you're used to them like, you know, pumping out like 20 advertisements in a 30-minute long video because they were all literally prostituting their fucking business and their platforms. They were political whores that just sell their own fucking platforms to the highest bidder. I'll never do that. So if you do want to support this channel financially, buy merch, hit the thanks button, hit the join button down below, donate to me on Patreon, and other than that, please click the like button, comment, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. The notification bell counteracts the bullshit ass YouTube algorithm. So other than that, let's just dive right the fuck in. One of the first things I'm going to show you is Jayapal yelling at her to turn around and face the Epstein victims, because they literally fucking brought the Epstein victims to the courtroom.
Attorney General Bondi, you apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your department...
Is the live stream back? Fuck. All right, I'm going to cancel this recording. We'll make that later. This is too important to not watch it live. This is too important to not watch it live. I'll cancel that recording. We'll come back.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
what the fuck?
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God, we're such a cult-like nation.
Attorney General Bondi, that man works for you now, right?
Who was that, Congressman?
The man in that video, the one who was in the police-worn body cam footage, the one allegedly yelling, "Kill him," at police officers on January 6th, his name is Jared Wise.
He does work for us.
He works for you at the Department of Justice.
He does.
This is an individual whom a federal grand jury indicted for 2 felonies and 4 misdemeanors related to his participation in the attack on January 6th. One of those charges was forcibly assaulting, resisting, opposing, impeding, intimidating, and interfering with police with the intent to commit another felony. This is who you choose as the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States of America to hire at the Department of Justice. Someone on video yelling, "Kill him," at police officers? Right?
I believe he was pardoned by President Trump.
Oh, he was pardoned. You're right. You're right. Pardoned by President Trump for his offense. Pardoned for yelling, "Kill him," at police officers. And yet you expect hardworking police officers across the country to believe that you take law enforcement seriously. You could imagine the reaction of so many folks across the country hearing the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States refuse.
Elvie, if you got a better title than that, let me know.
Even condemn what
change it.
that individual whom you've now hired did. But in any event, let's talk a little bit about some of the other divisions within the Department of Justice and what's happened over the last year. You're familiar with the Public Integrity section of the DOJ's criminal division. I think it's referred to as PIN. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know which presidential administration
No barking.
under which the PIN was first created?
I can tell you what administration that the weaponization was ended under.
I'll reclaim my time. This wasn't
Ball
a trick
gag,
question.
You don't get to
Madam Attorney
reclaim
General.
your time. It was-
Madam Attorney General,
because I don't like it.
Mr. Chairman, will you explain to the witness that he does reclaim his time?
Ball
Because I don't
gag,
answer a
50
question to
fucking
your
lashes,
satisfaction.
cunt.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Attorney General, the time belongs to the gentleman from Colorado.
The president under which PIN was created was Gerald Ford. It was created after Watergate. I'm not asking a question, Madam Attorney General. The administration under which it was created was Gerald Ford. When you first started as the Attorney General of the United States, there were 35 people working in that office. There are now 2 people working in that office because you have gutted it. How many people work for the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team in the criminal division today?
Can I answer the question about PIN?
I've asked you a question. How many
You've
people
asked me a
work?
question, but you don't
How
have
many
an answer.
people work
I'm not
for the
gonna answer your
National
questions the way you
Cryptocurrency
want.
Enforcement Team?
Ball gag,
You won't
50
answer how
lashes.
I'll answer PIN.
You.
PIN will not be
you know what?
weaponized.
You know what?
What's
Madam
funny
Attorney
about
General,
this?
I'll say to the chairman.
What's funny about this?
Chairman, you know what the answer is? And I think I
What's
understand
funny
why the
about
Attorney General
this?
does not want to answer the question. Because you eliminated the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team last year. So I understand why you don't want to tell the American people who works there.
Yeah, I
no one
understand
works
why
there
you don't want to
anymore,
talk about
Madam
Mohammed
Attorney
Solomon
General.
in
So
your district.
In any event,
who
I will
murdered people.
Mr. Chairman, will you stop the clock so his time is not wasted by
I've
the
been
witness?
very generous with allowing extra time when we have these little disputes.
I understand.
You got the time, Mr. Goose?
I might as well ask the chairman these questions.
I'd be happy
because
to answer some of your questions.
What's profound, the questions I've
Profound?
asked,
The crime in your
I've
district.
asked, Mr. Chairman, are not trick questions. They're not gotcha questions. They're actually basic questions about how the Department of Justice functions and the unwillingness of this Attorney General to answer them in good faith. When a member of Congress asks how many people work at the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team and the Attorney General refuses to answer it,
How the fuck do we even have
it is
that?
not a coincidence.
Elvie
It's
give you a better title?
because
Sorry,
she
sorry,
eliminated
sorry.
the team. Why? Because her boss, the President of the United
Mother
States,
loses in front of
is
Congress.
making money hand over
idea.
fist, $1.4 billion over the course of the last year through cryptocurrency holdings. I think what is happening at the Department of Justice is a disgrace, Mr. Chairman, and I would urge you to gain control of this hearing. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Yeah. I would ask the gentleman, does he agree with the standing up of the Deputy Attorney General for dealing with fraud? That's something
What
that's
was
happened
it?
in
Send me the
this
title one more time,
administration,
please.
First time.
One
You talked
more
about
time.
PIN.
It's gone for me.
That happened with this Justice Department.
We're talking about this committee.
Mr. Chairman, had you answered the question, had the Attorney General answered the question in that way, perhaps this hearing would have some modicum of resembling something that has typically been fairly conventional, an oversight hearing of the Department of Justice.
The gentleman's
That is
time
not
has
this.
expired. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized for 5 minutes.
Attorney General Bondi, I want to express my gratitude to the President, you and your team for your continued efforts against extreme anti-energy policies taken by states and cities that serve only to increase costs on the American people. This is an issue of great concern for Congress as well as the consumers. At the behest of networks of non-governmental organizations and anti-growth activists, Democratic-controlled states and cities are enacting laws and pursuing coordinated lawsuits that would impose retroactive liability on energy producers for past global emissions based on speculative future climate change harms. The proponents of these plans call them climate superfund laws, but in reality, that is simply window dressing for taxes and fees imposed on consumers and businesses that don't even have a presence in these states or communities. But if you look at the billions of dollars they hope to gain from these efforts, the real goal here is to increase their already mismanaged state budgets by imposing fees on consumers and businesses in energy-producing states such as the state of Wyoming. I would describe this as the tobacco litigation on steroids. Vermont.
Chatter. What?
authorize states to impose retroactive liability against energy producers and lawful carbon emissions?
Yes.
And would you also agree that protecting consumers is a core part of the DOJ's mission?
Absolutely.
Would you further agree that combating state policies that seek to hide and shift the true cost of programs like these onto consumers fits within your mission?
Yes.
So, Attorney General Bondi, fossil fuels are the foundation of the U.S. economy, and the recent winter storms underscored that gas, coal, and oil remain essential to grid reliability and heating our homes. Can you confirm that the DOJ is fully committed to using all available legal tools to stop these state and local level attacks on domestic energy production?
Congresswoman, we are committed to that, and so is the entire administration. We talk about that a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The President's April 2025 executive order directed the DOJ to identify and act against state laws that burden U.S. energy production. What concrete actions has the DOJ and the administration more broadly taken to carry out this directive?
Well, we filed 4 lawsuits. We're filing multiple lawsuits. Many things are pending within this office to carry that out.
Okay. States continue to invent new causes of action to pursue state climate lawfare, as is evidenced by Michigan's recent novel claim related to antitrust violations. The city of Boulder, Colorado, has also filed such a lawsuit.
Why did you say Colorado like
refusing
that?
My challenge that they actually.
Why did she just say Colorado like it's like a city in Mexico? You know, the constituents of Boulder, Colorado, there's no way Colorado is a Mexican name or a Spanish name, is it? There's no fucking shot, right? Colorado. There's no shot. There's no shot that's a Spanish name, is it? It's not, right? It is? It is? Colorado. I'll tell you this much. This is a little bone I have to pick. I don't understand why Latinos do that, right? Because, like, imagine if anyone from a different nationality did that. I want you to imagine a German who has perfect English accent. He's like, well, you know, back in my homeland of Deutschland, we like to practice, you know, German policies. Like, or like, imagine an Italian with a good, he's like, well, here's the thing. You know, when I was back in Italia, everybody understood one common trait. Like, I don't understand why they do that, you know, because it is a common trait among Latinos to be like, well, I was actually born in Venezuela, you know, like, you know what I'm saying? Me and my family, we go all the way back to Honduras. Like, I don't know why they fucking do that.
Thank you. Your colleague, Senator Neguse, didn't want to talk about crypto because he said I was a disgrace talking about crypto because he didn't want to talk about the tremendous crime in his jurisdiction. He voted no on preventing violence against women by illegal aliens. Yet, on June 1st, 2025, Mohammed Solomon attacked members of the group Run for Their Lives in Boulder, Colorado.
Run for your lives!
An 82-year-old woman sustained burns on over half of her body.
That's not funny.
And eventually died from her injuries.
I believe that she was a Holocaust survivor.
She was.
The time the gentlelady has expired, the gentlelady yields back, and the gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms.
Hi,
Bondi, as the Florida Attorney General, attorneys from your office handled the appeal of my son, Jordan Davis's murder, which was denied. As a result of the efforts of those attorneys under your watch, the court actually upheld the life sentence for a man who used prejudice as his defense for murdering my son and scarring his friends for life.
Oh my God.
Attorneys from your office, under your management, worked hard to remove a dangerous man from the community who terrorized innocent people like my son and his friends. The compassion and respect that my family received throughout that ordeal were critical in helping us keep faith in the rule of law and justice.
I gotta turn her up. She's a little
Based
quiet.
on my experiences, I have seen how strong victim services, sustained investigations, and well-supported prosecutors can make a meaningful difference in the lives of families who are grieving and suffering. Ms. Bondi.
Yo, this is the way that they get Trump to clean himself. They go, Mr. President. Hold on, let me turn off my camera. They go, Mr. President. Oh, damn it, it's gone. Her name was something McBath. We've got a McBath running for you, and if you clean your little fucking fat rolls, we'll get you a McDick.
I agree with that with all victims, including the ones sitting behind us today. I absolutely do. And also, thank you for voting yes on the Lake and Riley Act.
Thank you for that.
There it is.
Okay, so
We've got a
your
McBath
answer
for you,
is
Mr.
why the
President.
recent treatment of families in Minnesota raises really serious concerns for me. Because shortly after Mr. Alex Preddy was murdered, administration officials referred to him as an assassin and called Mr. Preddy the definition of domestic terrorism. They also lied about Mr. Preddy holding a gun and threatening officers. After Ms. Renee Good was murdered by ICE officials in Minneapolis, administration officials also accused her of being a domestic terrorist and investigated her wife in a clear act of retaliation. The statement Mr. Preddy's mother made after the murder resonated with me more than you'll ever imagine. She said that, and I'm quoting, "The sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting," end quote. And I assure you, I know how it feels to hear lies that are told to justify the taking of someone's son. They were used by my son's murderer as a defense. And those lies still affect me today. He was called a thug.
Make an ad
and he
real
was
quick.
called a gangbanger. And the attorneys from your office actually defended my son's name, his memory, and defended his honor. I'm certain that Mr. Preddy's mother watched videos of her son, Alex, an ICU nurse at the VA hospital, using his phone to record federal agents. She also watched him getting pepper sprayed, kicked, hit in the head, and surrounded by at least 7 agents before having his gun removed from his waistband, which he legally carried. And she watched seconds later as 2 of those agents shot her son Alex at least 10 times. The administration was quick to spew an incorrect narrative and call him so many things that they wanted us to ignore the truth that we actually saw with our own eyes. Ms. Bondi, will you denounce the statements that were made to tarnish the names of Alex Preddy and Renee Good?
She's actually going to avoid the question. She's going to avoid the question in its entirety.
Like those attorneys back in Florida under your watch protected my son's name.
No.
What I will say is we are looking at everything to shed light on what happened that day, and it is an ongoing and active investigation. Both of those cases, and I assure you they will be investigated.
Investigating, we understand that, but will you do everything in your power, as you have done for my case, as you are asked to do, as you've sworn an oath to do? It is your responsibility to make sure that you are following the rule of law. Those families in Minnesota, they deserve the same respect. They deserve a full investigation, which you have not even begun to do yet. So what are you saying, is that they don't deserve any respect for a full investigation into their murders?
Well,
that
that's
is
not
incompetence on your behalf.
Well, that
the
is not
American
accurate.
people do deserve better. Non-commitment to defending the rule of law is what we see from you.
I
will
told you we
always
were
stand up for
investigating.
survivors, and I heard you say earlier when you told us that you will fight for them as well. And based on the information before us, these families have not received the same commitment to investigate what happened to their loved ones, nor have they received the respect that I would expect from the nation's top law enforcement officer. Investigations have been slow-walked, they've been canceled, and the special agent assigned to Renee Good's investigation resigned following pressure from your officials to reclassify Ms. Good's case.
Time of the
For
gentlelady.
families seeking answers and accountability, the withdrawal of investigative resources is simply unacceptable.
Has expired. The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Attorney General, I get the sense that we've lost a little perspective here. The most fundamental responsibility of government is to protect the lives and property of its citizens. Now, you cited some crime figures in your opening statement, and I wonder if you could repeat them, because I think it's one of the most extraordinary achievements of the Department of Justice in our history, and I don't think some of my colleagues heard you clearly.
Thank you, Congressman. And would you mind if I address something that
No,
Congresswoman McBath.
Ball
wouldn't
gag,
let me
50
address
lashes,
first.
shut up, bitch.
The reason that she wants to continue to talk about Minnesota, which we will all day long, is she doesn't want to talk about her own jurisdiction in Atlanta, because she doesn't want to talk about Christopher Welcher, who traveled across state lines to try to meet, and nothing's funny about this, to meet and molest a 14-year-old girl in Georgia.
I'm going to mute you because nothing you have to say fucking matters because you refuse to answer the questions, you dumb cunt. No, it is kind of funny because what you keep on doing is bringing up anecdotal stories of like one terrible thing that happened in each of these fucking congressmen's jurisdictions and going, well, you didn't give a fuck about this, so therefore I'm allowed to just violate the law every day. This is the peak of whataboutism. This is the whataboutism that we have reached in this nation, where we'll go, hey, here's concrete evidence of a crime that was committed that you defended. What do you have to say about that? And Pam Bondi's response is, well, there was a crime that was committed in your jurisdiction and you didn't do anything about it, so why should I? Is this genuinely the state of American politics? Because if it is, throw the whole thing out. If it is, I'm tired of trying to win, and I think it's time to flip the fucking board and play a new game. Ball gag 50 lashes, bitch, sent to the gulag.
In 2025 compared to 2024.
What's that done to the violent crime rate in the country?
It's plummeting. 1,800 gangs.
Wait a second. Do you mean to honestly tell us, and you're under oath, that if we take violent criminals off the streets, we end up with less crime?
I certainly hope so, Congressman, and that's our goal. And
that's an extraordinary concept.
That's such that's what, dude, they're literally just stroking each other off.
I look at these numbers and they're absolutely staggering. It didn't happen by accident. It happened because of specific policies that you've implemented this year. And you mentioned a few of them. Would you continue?
Over 6,000 child victims located, 22% increase. Over 1,700 child predators arrested, 10% increase. Over 300 human traffickers arrested. Let me jump down to DEA right now.
There's a couple of human traffickers that you missed, and they're located at 1600 Pennsylvania Ave. The President of the United States, child trafficking, sex trafficking, pedophile, rapist, cannibal. Yeah, no, you missed one. You missed one, and also Howard Lutnick, a member of his cabinet, and also Jeffrey Epstein is still fucking alive. I mean, like, the entire fucking world is run by a pedophile cabal of cannibals. And you want me to what? Give a fuck about crypto? Go watch the Super Bowl, guys. Bread and Circus is on, everyone. Oh, hey, guys, I got some bread. You mind turning on the circus?
FBI, a common ground that I wish we could find to work together in this country to take these drugs off the streets. And someone nodded with vapes.
Well, in your opening statement, you said that this historic success in protecting the lives and property of Americans has occurred when local governments have cooperated with you.
Yes.
Let me ask you, what are the greatest impediments you're facing in bringing down crime across the country?
Well, see, the biggest impediment that we would probably have with bringing down crime across the country is probably that I'm retarded and Cash is also fucking retarded. And it makes it very difficult for us to do anything because we're fucking retarded. So I think the best thing that you could do is probably replace me and throw me in a gulag. Because the only thing that's good about me is the fact that I have a working body. So you could fucking enslave me. I think that would help.
Program and give us your read on what cities that avail themselves of this program can expect?
Yes, so far, of course, we've been working in Washington, D.C., right here to do everything we can, working hand in hand with the mayor, with Metro PD, to keep everyone safe in D.C., and it's been a tremendous effort. And now we're in Memphis, working with the mayor in Memphis, as we talked about earlier, doing everything we can. These are iconic cities.
Oh, yeah, iconic cities.
And we want to help.
And so what we're doing in Memphis is we're pushing the black and brown population even closer to the Grok supercomputer because we want it to be polluting the air and giving them lung cancer. So we're making sure that the white people live far enough away from these massive polluting supercomputers that Elon Musk is using the world's fucking water for so that he can make AI-generated porn.
submit into the record this New York Times article titled Alex Pretty's Friends and Family Denounce Sickening Lies About His Life. I also would like to submit this Daily Mail exclusive interview with Vice President J.D. Vance titled J.D. Vance Refuses to Apologize to Alex Pretty's Family After Spreading ICE Assassin Claim. One more. My last submission request is a New York Times article titled FBI Agent Who Tried to Investigate ICE Officer in Shooting Resigns.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, I think you and pretty much everybody else here and throughout the country believes that convicted sex offenders don't deserve special treatment.
No, she does believe
in
that.
prison.
She does believe that.
And yet Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, received perk after perk in prison. In July, she had a 2-day interview with your deputy and President Trump's former defense attorney, Todd Blanche. Just days after that, Maxwell was transferred from a federal correctional institution in Florida to a minimum security camp in Texas, which she, as a sex offender, would normally be ineligible for. At this new facility, as the ranking member talked about, and by the way, it's nicknamed Club Fed, we've heard reports that she's been afforded special privileges, puppy time, private workouts, personal mail, secretarial services. Attorney General Bondi, does a convicted sex offender like Ghislaine Maxwell deserve special treatment and privileges in prison? Yes or no?
Let me be crystal clear on this. No. And
Thank you.
let me keep going. No, let me keep going.
Perfect.
No, don't keep going. Ball gag, 50 lashes, shut up, cunt. Ball gag, 50 lashes, shut up, cunt. Ball gag, 50 lashes, shut up, cunt.
Remind the witness of the rules. One rule she needs to understand
I'm glad that we're agreeing. So when we're agreeing, we can move on to some other things. But I want you to know that every time she does get these perks, and it's been publicly reported, that the folks she's abused, the survivors who are sitting here, they see themselves as being denied justice. They feel re-traumatized. And I'm glad that we agree on that. But she should not be in that prison. And she needs to be moved back to a maximum security prison as soon as possible. But what she has told another committee here is that she won't cooperate with them unless she gets clemency from Donald Trump. It's just crazy to consider that she can be wielding this kind of influence within the administration. But that begs the question. Who ordered her to be transferred to the minimum security prison
Donald Trump
she was ineligible for?
Donald Trump did.
Who signed off
Donald
on
Trump
the special
did.
privileges?
Donald Trump did.
Was it Mr. Blanche? Was it one of your other subordinates? So please, can you tell us who sent her there, since you don't agree she should be
She will not
there?
answer this.
I said I do not agree she should receive special treatment. She was transferred, I learned after the fact, to the same level facility, and that is a question for the Bureau of Prisons. I was not involved in that at all. The same level facility, I don't know why, but you know, instead of talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, who hopefully will die in prison. Hopefully will die in prison. You should be talking about Irina Zarutska.
I have a couple of
died on the subway.
Right, and
you don't talk about that.
I have been talking about
Race
it and
war!
actually working with
That's
these
what she's
issues.
saying.
But we're going to move back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to testify. That's what the whole point of this endeavor is. So of course we're moving back to you. It is all about you. So, as we've heard, she took the fifth in response to every single question in that committee hearing. And her lawyer dangled the offer of clemency. Should Donald Trump pardon or commute her sentence? Should she be released from prison, yes or no? You said you hope she dies there, so I'm hoping the answer is no.
I already answered that question.
Answer it again.
I'm very glad. I really like this bipartisan agreement about
when
what
it
should
agrees
happen
with you. But you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You don't want to talk
I
about
talk about
murdered
her all
by
the
a
time,
violent crime
but I
offender
am not
in
here
your
to
jurisdiction.
testify before Congress. You are. That is your job today.
You're
That's what you're getting paid
obsessed
for.
with attack.
I want you to know that your own DOJ employee, he's recently been demoted and had some other problems, advises on pardons. Do you think he will be advising Mr. Trump on any kind of clemency or pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell?
Yes.
I'm not going to speculate, and you couldn't even identify properly. That's why you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You couldn't properly identify her relative.
I absolutely
it's embarrassing.
Have been, and her family, by the way, appreciates all of the condolences, all of the help, everything that our law enforcement in North Carolina has been doing.
Pam is such a cunt. You're using this innocent dead girl as a scapegoat away from hard questions that you don't want to answer. I would be so fucking angry if my daughter was viciously murdered and then the fucking Attorney General of the United States starts to usher her name as a way to avoid rough questions when she's testifying in front of Congress. Like, this is so fucked up, dude. You're just using this innocent dead girl's name.
Madam, I'm sorry. May I respond 20 seconds to something that Congresswoman
ball
Ross
gag,
said?
30 lashes,
Thank
shut
you.
up, cunt.
She also opposed a sex offender registry as head of North Carolina ACLU. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. And I'd like to pick up where you left off a moment ago, because we convene here today as a committee for the stated purpose of conducting oversight of the Department of Justice. And so it's critical for us to focus first on the mission of the department and assess your success in discharging it. So the mission of the department is to enforce federal law, defend the rule of law, and protect the American people from violent crime, terrorism, drug trafficking, fraud, and exploitation, to promote public safety. And what we have heard today unequivocally is that President Trump's Department of Justice, under your leadership, Attorney General Bondi, is doing exactly that. Just a moment ago, you shared with us some incredible statistics that the United States, under your leadership, has achieved the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That in the first year of this administration, murder is down 21%, robbery is down 23%, carjacking down 43%, and gun assault down 22%.
You're right. You're right. You know, and that has nothing to do with the fact that over the past 100 years, all crime rates have been going down. No, it has everything to do with the fact that Donald Trump is the president. Donald Trump himself single-handedly has lowered the crime rate. Yeah. You have to be mentally disabled to believe in this shit.
Those aren't just statistics. Those are precious lives that your department and the men and women of federal law enforcement have saved. Madam Attorney General, you've mentioned a couple of specific criminal trends during this hearing that I'd like to discuss with you further, because one of our important roles in Congress is making sure that our laws and our law enforcement stay ahead of predators as technology evolves. I lead legislation in the House, along with bipartisan co-sponsors on this committee, to make sextortion a clearly defined criminal offense. We actually passed that out of the House of Representatives. We have a bill to promote Operation Renewed Hope to help rescue more child victims, and the Defiance Act to provide legal recourse to victims of deepfake AI intimate images. I would love to hear your perspective and what you are seeing related to these technology-based.
Speaking of, bro, every once in a while, I have two Twitter accounts, one for politics, one for gooning, and every once in a while, my phone is like logged into my gooning account, and then like I get like a pop-up notification on my fucking lock screen. I'm like, that's not okay.
Sextortion, and thank you for supporting that, Congresswoman. I think that was a bipartisan effort, actually. I think many of you on both sides of the aisle supported that. Thank you for that.
Dude, when I get a Twitter notification, I'm hoping it says something like, breaking news, like Attorney General Pam Bondi. Meanwhile, I'm getting a Twitter notification. It's like, look at my tits.
With sextortion, and I see, thank you, both sides of the aisle nodding on that. It's horrific. The suicide rates go up. And that's why we have to do everything in our power to protect not only young girls adult women, boys and men from sextortion, because it is happening and we're doing everything in our power thanks to your legislation.
Brother, the President of the United States is the emperor of sextortion, the king of sextortion. The motherfucker is a child rapist, sex trafficking, pedophile cannibal. None of that is bullshit. Yeah! Yeah!
A tremendous amount of leadership in our state, trying to make sure we were taking care of children, also the elderly, protecting them from fraud, ending drug trafficking.
Protect the elderly from Andrew fucking Cuomo, you Mar-a-Lago face-looking ass bitch.
Yeah, when you talked about Project Safe Neighborhoods, we've done a lot of that in Florida when I was state AG, and actually back when I was a state prosecutor prior to being Attorney General. That is so important. I feel like
Chatter
what we've
says
been
you're a
doing
weirdo.
in DC
Your mom's ass
too,
tastes like strawberries.
with the Take Back DC and Make DC Safe Again is similar to that. Going into the neighborhoods, working with the community, seeing law enforcement officers out there playing basketball with kids who live in the neighborhood. It's pretty remarkable what we've seen firsthand. Citizens in Memphis saying that they can walk outdoors now and they feel safe. People coming up thanking law enforcement and working hand in hand
Anecdotal
with them.
fucking bullshit.
All of these programs and working jointly with both sides of the aisle to keep our families safe.
Thank you for that, Madam Attorney General. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce for the record a letter to Director Gabbard from Mr. Warner and Mr. Himes, and a letter of response from her to them about who invited her to Atlanta, and a copy of the search warrant. And I'd also like to just make clear for the record, the reason people in Memphis weren't going out was because the ice was on the ground and we were afraid we'd fall. But other than that, we go out all the time.
Gentlemen, without objection, there's unanimous consent. The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney General Bondi, according to your department, a child is sexually abused in the United States every 9 minutes.
Jesus.
And the vast majority of survivors never get justice. And that's one of the reasons why I think the Epstein case has resonated so deeply with so many Americans. And the other reason, I think, is because it has revealed a two-tiered system of justice. And the powerful are protected and the survivors rarely get any accountability. And the Epstein files contain evidence of a multi-decade international criminal conspiracy involving some of the wealthiest and the most powerful people in the world. There's evidence of financial crimes, political corruption, sex trafficking, and of course, horrible sexual abuse. And I want to remind everybody, this isn't a game. These are real people, people who have suffered, who are sitting here with us today.
Yeah, this is live.
And they deserve answers, and they deserve accountability. And I'm here to try to get some for them. Now, I've seen some of the unredacted Epstein files, and obviously, as you know, President Trump's name is all over them, but
over 1 million
so are
times.
the names of other senior Trump officials: Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce; John Phelan, the Secretary of the Navy; and Stephen Feinberg, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. These men were appointed by President Trump to senior positions in his administration. All of them have clear and confirmed ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Attorney General Bondi, yes or no, has the Justice Department asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Epstein?
Excuse me. Secretary Lutnick has addressed those ties himself.
I'm asking you, has the Justice Department specifically asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
He has addressed those ties himself.
Has the DOJ asked Secretary Phelan about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know whether he has addressed those or not.
Has the Deputy Secretary Feinberg talked to the Department of Justice about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein? Yes or no? Has the Department of Justice talked to Deputy Secretary Feinberg about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, which are clearly spelled out in the files? It's a very simple question. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I'm stunned that you want to continue talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Epstein
Okay,
instead
I'm
of a
reclaiming my time.
Bald
I'm
gag,
asking
1,000
you not a
lashes,
trick
cunt.
question, a
Shut up.
simple question.
Bald
Okay, so
gag,
we're
1,000
serious.
lashes.
We have evidence.
Do you know who Chris
Three
Malin is?
we have evidence that 3 senior officials within the Trump administration have ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And what
does ties mean?
I can conclude
What does
from what
ties
you are
mean?
saying that you have not talked to them.
What does ties mean? Can
I
you
think
define
Americans would be shocked to learn that you are not interested in talking with these officials who have ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
What does
Across
ties
the
mean?
world,
Can you define that?
across the world.
Can you
prominent
define
men
ties?
I could
who've been
never be in this
exposed
room.
in the files
I could
have resigned
never
their
do
jobs in
this.
disgrace. And that's a good first start.
I'd be up
and
there
that
just
same
going,
standard, same standard should apply here. And Americans want accountability.
Who is Chris Malin?
Was the president
he?
aware? Please stop talking. It is not your time to ask
was
questions.
Say
it is not your time.
shut
I'm reclaiming my time,
cunt!
Mr. Chair.
Oh my God! If somebody said that, I don't even know what I would do. I don't even know what I would do. I'd explode.
To Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce. Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so
He
I'm
was
going to
shot,
conclude
and
that
she
the president, in
never
fact,
mentioned
did
him
know about his
in
ties
her
because he
district.
was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
You're
this
from
is
a tiny,
pathetic. This
beautiful
is
state.
pathetic, Mr.
Committee will
Chair.
be in order.
I am not asking trick questions here.
You
The
got your
American
5
people
minutes.
have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
Fuck
I'm
yeah.
Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell. By 2008, we knew that Epstein was a convicted sexual abuser. And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's Island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And
She's not
why
answering.
aren't you asking questions
She's not going to answer.
of the Commerce
you
Secretary
know
about
he
what
did-
he saw
I
when
just-
he was at the island, which he lied about not ever going to?
I
Why
just
are you
find
not
it
asking these
funny
questions?
that you're
And I see that
asking
my
about
time
this.
is almost expired, so I will say this.
Game.
Do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year. Meet with the survivors. Do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized
Can
for
I
5
respond
minutes.
to
May I have
that?
20 seconds of his time?
So that'd be up to the gentleman, but
Absolutely, Madam
Thank you, thank you. I was curious if you, Congresswoman, asked Bill Clinton that. Didn't see one tweet, not one. I didn't see one tweet when Joe Biden was in office about Bill Clinton. Didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once. When he was
Weak sauce.
And also, I want the record to reflect that, you know, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Oh,
from the
is
river-
Jewish.
Anti-Semitism.
the ranking member knows that.
Can I get like 30 seconds back, you know?
Yeah,
since
I've been.
Ballant took
I think
30
the
of
whole
mine.
committee knows I've been very
All right,
generous in
thank you.
making sure everyone gets their 5 minutes in the
Attorney
same
General,
reply to
I'm
the
talking about
gentleman from
sanctuary
South
cities for
Carolina.
a second, which limit the federal government's ability to enforce immigration law. They're kind of a new thing that Democrat jurisdictions are doing. They're in violation of federal law. During President Trump's first term, he rightly targeted sanctuary jurisdictions to try to force them to cooperate with federal immigration law.
What about
Federal
state
immigration
rights?
law, mind you, that was voted on in 1996 most recently.
What about states' rights?
In a bipartisan Congress, signed by a Democrat president. But they are in violation of it.
Benjamin Netanyahu! If you can hear me, strike this bitch down! Netanyahu! Deliver justice!
Yes.
Thank you. This means that the number of illegals could be higher, probably higher. Does this hurt the federal government's ability to carry out immigration laws designed by Congress?
Yes, Congressman.
In your opinion, do you believe that the Biden-Harris administration and Democrat pro-sanctuary policies make our communities safer And for the American taxpayer, do sanctuary policies make our communities safer?
No, Congressman.
I want to do a brief video to highlight sanctuary cities.
Hey guys, before we go into the hearing, could you get me a collection of migrants and brown people committing crimes, please?
So what's strange to me, if you look at this board behind me, in New York, there are 7,000 criminal illegal aliens since January 20th of last year that have been released into the public because New York is not honoring detainers requested by ICE. California, similarly, has released 4,500 criminal illegal aliens.
All of that is fake. This entire chart is fake. None of those statistics are real. I'm not kidding. Everything on that chart is a fucking lie.
Homicides, 2,500 assaults, almost 200 burglaries. These are people that are released into our community by these states that refuse to cooperate. Last August, Michael Jordan Castellano Fonseca, a criminal illegal alien with ties to Tren de Agua, shot 2 people in front of 5 children in the sanctuary state of Colorado. DHS lodged a detainer on him. He's awaiting trial, but the question is whether Colorado's sanctuary policies will prevent him from being removed from the country. Yes or no? Do you think that sanctuary jurisdictions, if they cooperated with ICE, those illegals in custody could be transferred to ICE properly instead of being held in taxpayer-funded jails and then released into our community?
Yes, Congressman.
Wouldn't it be more efficient and safer then?
This is
if
not
Democrats
the Supreme
simply
Court.
cooperated
This is
with the federal
Congress.
government, these sanctuary jurisdictions cooperated with the federal government and honored ICE detainers? And why? Why do you think?
Of course, because so many criminals are running to sanctuary jurisdictions. Many of your colleagues across the aisle who we've seen speaking today about Epstein don't want to talk about the illegal criminals in their own jurisdiction for that reason. And yes, we need to do everything we can to work together to make America safer, and they're not doing that.
This is not a part.
Yo, by the way, if you really pay attention, she will only answer questions that are asked to her by a Republican. She has been trained for this. I need you to understand. I guarantee, I know how this fucking like criminal proceedings work. You know, I've been to court before. She has a team of attorneys who they've run rehearsals for this. They have rehearsed this, and they ask her questions. During the rehearsal, they'll ask her a question, and they taught her how to avoid the question, how to filibuster, how to waste their time, how to steamroll. This is all rehearsed because in the United States of America, he who has more money does not need to respect the rule of law. If you have more money than the other person, you can simply circumvent the rule of law. It is that fucking simple. You just need to pay an attorney enough to teach you how to fucking do it.
And I wish we could do it on a bipartisan basis, but they just can't do it.
And the decrease in numbers speak for themselves. Thank you for your work.
Gentleman's time is...
Mr. Chairman, we have some UCs, if that's okay.
That is okay.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. You see on the National Institute of Justice's study on undocumented immigrants having an offender rate lower than U.S.-born citizens. I'd like to enter this in the record from 2024.
Without objection.
And I have several myself, Mr. Chairman. The Guardian, January 26, 2026, why is Trump granting clemency to convicted fraudsters?
Objection.
January 20, 2026, NBC, Trump's pardons forgive financial crimes that came with hundreds of millions of dollars in punishment.
Objection.
Oh, hell yeah, Papa
Washington
Swanky.
Post, December 19, 2025, Trump's pardons wipe out payments to defrauded victims.
Without objection.
And finally, May 30th, 2024, Trump found guilty by Manhattan jury on 34 felony counts of fraud.
Without objection. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, glad you finally made it here after hiding for 4 months from this committee.
Oh, I like
I
this
understand
guy.
Whoa, I
why
thought
you're
you were
hiding
Shut the
from
fuck
us.
up, cunt. Ball gag,
You're
50
one
lashes. Shut
of
the
the
fuck up,
worst
cunt.
attorney generals in our history and an instrument of Donald Trump's lawless authoritarian agenda. And I'm glad the American people are seeing who you are, how you act, and the lack of good values. You weaponize the Department of Justice to target immigrants, working families, and anyone that Trump deems an enemy of the state. all to protect real powerful criminals, including in your administration. My Democratic colleagues have focused on your cover-up of the Epstein files and your passion for protecting pedophiles and child traffickers. That alone is grounds for impeachment. But there's so much more to your corrupt tenure as Attorney General. You directed prosecutors to investigate elected officials in welcoming jurisdictions, and you got thrown out of court when you sued Chicago, Cook County, and Illinois. You directed prosecutors to prioritize low-level immigration cases while gutting enforcement against corporate criminals and public corruption.
Get him, Tio.
You revived draconian
You're
law
talking
of
about public
Shut the fuck up, cunt.
which should
Ball,
be
gag,
repealed
lash.
to illegally send people to a torture prison in El Salvador. You fired over 100 immigration judges, including the assistant chief immigration judge in Chicago, without cause, and installed unqualified military judges whom you instructed to deny asylum in violation of the law. You prosecute the president's enemies like Jim Comey and Tish James while giving impunity to federal agents who are murdering and brutalizing and terrorizing constituents, including in Chicagoland, in my neighborhood. I saw it last year firsthand. You and Kash Patel covered up the murder of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez in my district by ICE agents. You tried to investigate Renee Good instead of the ICE agent who murdered her.
Get him, Tio.
You tried to cover up the murder of Alex Peretti by CBP agents.
I
You
fucking love
bring
this guy.
fake charges against protesters like the Broadview Six and Marimar Martinez, whom your administration labeled a domestic terrorist. This is the Montessori teacher who lives in my district, while protecting thugs who terrorize us and DHS authority. That's what you do. Protect and enable the criminals who are plundering our society and destroying what's left of democracy and the rule of law. Epstein accomplices, mass DHS thugs, corporate criminals, Tom Homan, Eric Adams, insurrectionists, the list goes on. And you talk about fighting crime, but you protect any criminal who helps you and Trump turn our country into an authoritarian gangster state. And after all this, nobody supports you. I'm not talking about Democrats. I'm talking about conservative judges.
Yup.
Who are condemning the rampant lawlessness at DOJ under your leadership. Your prosecutors are quitting in droves over being forced to prosecute low-level immigration cases, including in Chicagoland. Your MAGA base despises you because you're covering up the Epstein file. How ironic. And even your own boss has repeatedly complained to your staff about you, calling you weak and ineffective. Weak and ineffective. That's what Donald Trump thinks of you already. You will not win, however. Chicagoland rejects you. The American people reject you. Our communities have demonstrated our strength and resilience in the face of cruelty and cowardice. Democrats must impeach and remove lawless officials like you and Kristi Noem and impose accountability for every criminal.
This guy's going to get deported.
But you can spare yourself more humiliation. Resign now and submit yourself to accountability by the American people. Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record this Wall Street Journal article dated January 12, 2026, entitled, "Trump has complained about Pam Bondi repeatedly to aides." Thank you, and I yield back.
Objection. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Can I respond to that?
Chairman.
May I have 20 seconds, please?
Every
Yes, ma'am.
fucking time.
Thank you.
Let's hear the opposition research.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, cunt.
That's absolutely right. That they're not running for, he's not running for office again because, well, I don't know why you're not running for office again, but after the filing deadline, you publicly announced you would not run when your chief of staff, Patty Garcia, announced and took your seat.
That's
I
a
believe
state matter.
Democrats
That isn't
got
a
angry
federal
about
matter. You
that
should
as well.
investigate crimes.
I believe
Time
Democrats got angry
You should
about that as
investigate
Time belongs to the gentleman from
violations of
She
the
has
law.
nothing to
The time
say.
belongs to the gentleman from Texas.
And a little flexibility on the time. I appreciate the chairman. Madam Attorney General, am I correct that under your leadership, the Department of Justice has prosecuted cases of non-citizen voting? So it's false, as some of my Democratic colleagues have claimed, that it doesn't happen.
Every single time, the Republicans ask them questions about migrants and the Democrats ask them questions about Epstein. And she only answers Republican questions.
Enact federal voter ID law.
There's another 5 minutes of a
But
circle
it's true,
jerk
for
coming
example,
up.
that in just this month, a federal grand jury in Newark indicted 2 men with illegally voting in federal election and making false statements. Mohammed Mazammel and Mohammed Shakil were non-citizens at the time they registered to vote. This happens, it happens regularly, and you're prosecuting those crimes, correct?
Yes.
But does that prosecution of those criminals overturn their previously cast votes?
That's all pending.
But it does not overturn votes that they've cast, right? So passing the Save
no,
America
Congressman.
Act would help deal with that problem.
Yes, Congressman.
Second question. As Attorney General, you're in charge of the Executive Office of Immigration Review, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
The Biden-Mayorkas regime caused the immigration court case backlog to explode, correct?
Explode.
Does that sound about right that in September of 2020, 4 months before President Biden took office, there was a backlog of 1.5 million cases, but by the time President Biden left office, the backlog reached nearly 4.2 million cases?
It sounds about right, but I don't have the exact number.
Yo, real quick, send me like all your money. I could use some money real quick.
Or fraudulent claim?
Most. I don't have the numbers.
Oh, so does it sound correct that of the asylum cases adjudicated in FY 2023 under the Biden regime, that only 14% resulted in an asylum grant and only 12% in fiscal year 2024? Does that sound correct?
It sounds correct. I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers.
Could you get that information to us to
Yes,
verify that data?
I'll get all that information to you.
Under the Trump administration, immigration judges complete an average of 65,000 cases per month, the highest average completion rate in at least a decade. Does that sound correct?
That sounds correct.
Ms. Bondi, how many new cases under EOIR received in fiscal year 2025 have you all had? And of those, what percentage have been granted asylum? Do you know?
I can try to get you those numbers. I thought I had those.
That'd be great, because my question is whether President Trump's decision to pause asylum in the wake of the shooting of a National Guardsman by an Afghani here in Washington, D.C., in the nation's capital, helped to stop the backlog in your office. Does that sound correct?
Yes, Congressman.
My point being that the leadership of this administration is ending the backlog, reducing the backlog, making sure that we don't have fraudulent asylum claims clogging it, and keeping Americans safe. Is that correct?
Yo, is the super chat even working? I have no idea if it's working.
So
it might not be
quick
working.
questions
Can
on
somebody
another
just like let me know?
important topic,
Thank you, brother.
that's been
Thank you for the
raised by
$10.
both colleagues on both sides of the aisle with respect to the Epstein case. A few questions. One, Jeffrey Epstein was charged in July 2019 for sex trafficking under the Trump administration in his first term. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
And that Ghislaine Maxwell was charged in 2020 also under the Trump administration, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So it is safe to say that the administration led on that issue and that there was silence in the previous administration. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman. Almost complete silence from everyone who's been trying to still talk about Epstein. They didn't say a word under the Biden administration. Nothing.
And I want to make one other point and then another question, though, that is important.
See,
I want to make one observation,
and
that is that we've heard the information today, which is troubling, that Jane Doe's, that victims' information was made public and was unredacted in the files that were released on Friday. So my question is, some of us had argued when we were dealing with the discharge petition in Congress that when Congress inserted itself into the process, that we needed to be very careful to ensure that we were protecting victims. So a question that is both, I just want to make that clear that some of us were fighting for that here and we didn't get a chance to amend it or change it. So that was concerning. But a question a little more pointed, I have to say, is why, though, were the victims' names released that shouldn't have been? That there were names in the files, that these Jane Does, that their names shouldn't have been made public when there were some accusers whose names were redacted? That's question one. And question two was that Ghislaine Maxwell was put in jail for trafficking minors. Rightly so, and you properly said here at this table, you hope she dies in jail. Well, I want to know, will anyone besides her or Epstein, which I congratulate President Trump's previous administration and this Department of Justice for continuing all of that, but that they were indicted, but will anyone else be indicted and prosecuted under this, given the information that's
Only
in front of us?
Democrats,
So
probably, actually.
Thank you for letting me answer that. They didn't want to hear my answer on the other side. Yes, given the tight time frame of 30 days, I believe we got everything released within a little over 60 days. I'm talking as fast as I can. My time is up. We did the best we could immediately. If everyone's been coming to view the documents, if someone's name should not have been redacted, we're releasing it. If someone's name was redacted, we said right away, was not redacted and should have been, meaning a victim. We went back and redacted it. We're doing everything we can based on the tight time frame and over 3 million pages that we released that Donald Trump signed for pure transparency. Second, what was your second question?
About whether another individual will be indicted and
absolutely. Thank you for asking that. And they never wanted to hear the answer to that. We have pending investigations in our office.
What?
Time the gentleman has expired. Unanimous consent request from the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you. I have several UCs
Like
as receipts. I'd like to have unanimous consent to introduce the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, dated September 25th, 25.
Without objection.
The Bondi Department of Justice memo dated December 4th, 2025.
Without objection.
An article from Newsweek entitled DOJ Deletes Study Alleging Rise in Far-Right Terrorism, dated September 18th, 2025.
Without objection.
Notice article from October 3rd, 2025. Trump's directive on organized political violence could lead to increased surveillance of his critics.
Without objection.
Washington Post article, September 25th,
From every
2025.
hole.
Trump targets domestic
Even the
terrorists,
$10, Kelly.
but only mentions the radical left.
Without objection.
Idaho Capital Sun, October 18th, 2025. Rest easy, Idahoans. The No King demonstrators are American patriots.
Without objection.
Attacks on freedom of speech, what nonprofits need to know, published by the National Council of Nonprofits, the largest network of nonprofits in America.
Without objection.
The Freedom from Religious Foundation warns that Bondi memo weaponizes federal law enforcement against non-Christians and dissenting viewpoints.
Without objection.
A Ken Klippenstein blog from January 28th,
Ken
26,
Klippenstein named in
secret
fucking
watch
congressional
lists of
hearings.
Americans.
Without objection.
And an Intercept article from February 2nd, 26. Trump calls his enemies terrorists. Does that mean he can kill them?
Without objection. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Thank you for the $20. Thank you for the $5.
Oh, you're right. Good afternoon. It's been a long day. I wrote this morning. We've known each other a long time.
Oh my God, he's got the Harry Potter books.
And I'll always be appreciative for your assistance.
You know what he's about to do.
Attorney General in
He's about to say that Trump is named more than Harry is in the books.
In my hometown of Parkland,
Oh my God.
we passed a bipartisan bill, the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act, which was the largest policy response to a school shooting in American history. Your department also prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law a constituent of mine and former felon that had plans to kill me when he was picked up by law enforcement after he was target practicing in his backyard with 2 rifles.
Oh, wait. Maybe those books belong to Miss Cam Lager and not him. He's Mr. Moskowitz, I think.
My name was the only name on their target list, and my kids found out about this from their friends at school. So thank you. However, the most transparent administration in American history. Before Trump, we didn't know the word transparency, apparently. It's been 12 months since you gave Republican influencers part 1 of the Epstein files. You said the list was on your desk. Then a memo came out and said that there was no list. Phase 2 of the binders never happened. The President of the United States says the Epstein thing is a hoax. He blasts his own base for wanting the release of the files. He blamed Barack Obama. Republicans voted against the release of the files in the Rules Committee. Then they refused to even return to the Rules Committee until they could be protected from future votes on the release. Speaker Johnson sends Congress home a day early before break. They sent the Deputy Attorney General to meet with Maxwell.
Thank you for the $2.
She says something favorable about the president. Miraculously, she gets transferred to a minimum security facility. No one can explain why. Miraculously, the leaks to the Wall Street Journal stop. We come back from break. We have the Massey discharge petition. Republicans drop a rule, a non-binding resolution trying to kill the Massey discharge petition. The White House says passing the Massey discharge petition is a hostile act. Trying to stop the necessary 218 signatures, according to Republican members that signed it, the White House brought them into the Situation Room, you know, the place where the president goes for time of war. promising things like appropriations or maybe even to primary them. People in the room say you were there. It didn't work. We get the 218 signatures. We eventually passed the Massey petition. You guys didn't release the files. You were forced by Congress.
Yeah, it's because I be slithering that griffin door till she huffle puffin and raven clawing my back.
Majority, we can't agree on anything, and yet the entire House but one member and the whole Senate forced the administration to release the files. Kash Patel under oath said to Senator Kennedy, the FBI is not in possession of any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. We know now that's not true. According to documents, Epstein had a worldwide sex trafficking ring. Girls from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Paris, modeling agencies sending him girls. He even had a relationship with a summer camp where he groomed girls at a picnic table. Ghislaine Maxwell says 29 Epstein associates cut secret DOJ deals. Turns out there is a list. 6 names readily available if you unredact them. Co-conspirators named, but we got them when you unredact them. Maxwell recently tells a House Oversight Committee that she wants clemency to release more names. Kash Patel under oath said Trump's name appears less than 100 times in the files. We now know that's not true. Trump's name appears more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God. Okay, by the way, this is the Trump Bible. Move over, King James. Trump's name also appears more times in the Epstein file than Harry Potter's name appears in the 7 books about Harry Potter. Lutnick says that in 2008, he went to Epstein's home, says he had a massage table in the living room, that Epstein said he got one every day, that it was the right type of massage. He and his wife decide to leave and say they'll never be in a room with him again. Howard then says, I'm sure the Epstein stuff is all on video. He was the greatest blackmailer of all time. Well, how would Howard know that? But now the files are public, and in 2012, we find out that he and his family are on Epstein Island after Epstein pled guilty.
He brought his children to a pedophile island after the guy was charged with pedophilia.
There are documents in the files that dispute the president's claim that he kicked Epstein out of his club. Allegedly, the president said that he asked Epstein to leave. Supported now, that's disputed though, statements from the manager of the club. Now, Madam Attorney General, I have like 25 seconds left. So because I'm curious, and I'd like to see you flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me, and because we're in the Olympics, I'm going to give it a grade. I just want to see how good it is. So give me your best one.
So first of all, nothing is funny about mocking the Bible and holding up a Trump Bible. That's what you did.
Bitch, I'll wipe my ass with the fucking Bible.
That's all I have to say.
I want it from the burn book.
Shame.
I want it from the burn book. Which is the best one? What you got?
Has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to clear something up that was said earlier and is frequently said. And it's manifestly not true. And that is the supposed small number of crimes committed by immigrants or illegal immigrants in the country.
Oh my God, look at this fucking guy.
That has
Holy shit. Look at this fucking fat, disgusting penguin. Look at this fat-bodied, toupee-wearing, bald-ass piece of shit. Holy fuck. Holy fuck! What the fuck is that thing? What am I even looking at? What the fuck am I even looking at? Holy shit! Put the fork down, you fat fuck!
Okay, if I go to one of my local sheriffs in Wisconsin and ask him how many illegal immigrants.
Look at his arm, it's glowing! This is the whitest motherfucker who's ever been born!
When I tour the federal prison right outside of my district, and I ask them, in this federal prison, how many of your inmates are illegal aliens, they will tell me, we have no idea. We don't keep track of that. So whenever you hear a Democrat or anybody
Colonel Sanders? Nah, more like fucking General Panders. Panders to the fucking racist cracker-ass motherfuckers watching.
Nothing, because those statistics are not available anywhere. What I would offer in the next round of appropriation bills, if one of my Democrat colleagues wants to help me out.
Yo, is this bill achievable without being like the most disgusting fat-bodied piece of shit who's ever been born? Because I'm interested, man. What do you have to do to achieve this build? Is that 7,000 calories a day and no cardio? Is that how you get that build?
But otherwise, whenever you hear somebody say...
I bet you this guy's Grindr account goes hard as fuck.
So few crimes are committed by illegal immigrants, they don't know what they're talking about because nobody has those numbers. Okay, there's the first thing. Now, the next thing I want to point out, we have had what I think is an unprecedented situation in Minnesota in which they are not assisting ICE in dealing with crimes that are going on up there. In other words, ICE.
$50 says this guy's got a fucking candy bar in his breast pocket, you fat-bodied piece of shit.
Whenever a federal agency is engaged in work in Wisconsin, they always make themselves available in case that federal agency needs assistance. This could be something like ICE under
Why
DI,
are you out of
DI.
breath? Why are you out of breath? You're sitting down.
Could be ATF. It could be FBI.
Yeah, I bet you this guy's got fucking pocket ravioli.
Nobody that I have been able to find, any sheriff in the state of Wisconsin, is aware of any circumstances in which
Dude, I bet you this pocket is full of bolognese sauce. Just reaches in and gets a little handful of bolognese and fucking eats it.
To just park a marked car outside the area to assist in apprehension of a
I bet you this guy's back pocket has mashed potatoes in it, you fat fuck.
SWAT team, if they need to transport somebody, local law enforcement is always there. Now, you are not in charge of ICE, but you're in charge of several other agencies. Have you ever heard of anything like what's going on in Minnesota where the governor or the local mayor
I bet you this
refuses to
motherfucker smells like the flowers at the funeral. You know when you go to a funeral and the flowers have that dead man smell? I bet you that's what this motherfucking smells like fucking mothballs and white supremacy.
It's been 4 days in Minnesota, and I believe many of the local law enforcement wish they could work with us to make their city safe.
Okay, now we'll switch to something else. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for doing this today. You're obviously very bright, obviously very confident, and something I love. You tolerate fools gladly, so I appreciate that trait. You suffer fools gladly. In hearings like this, we often focus on new initiatives undertaken by the department. Today, I'd like to give you an opportunity to discuss actions implemented under the Biden administration's Department of Justice, such as the Foreign Influence Task Force that you have since terminated. And, you know, it's always rare to see anything in the government terminated.
Thanks for becoming
Could
a
you
loyalist,
elaborate on
man.
those decisions and highlight the accomplishments of your tenure at Justice?
Thank you for asking that. We are out of time, but may I answer, Chairman?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. The Biden administration weaponized the Foreign Corruption Practices Act, and on February 10th, President Trump issued an executive order pausing that for a DOJ review. Under Deputy Attorney General Blanche's supervision, a comprehensive review was led, and the department issued new guidelines protecting all Americans and protecting against the weaponization that happened under the Biden administration.
Time the gentleman has expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I went over to the department yesterday for a couple of hours to review some of the unredacted materials. And I am looking forward to your detailed explanation for why you have withheld almost half of the documents, which is required by the bill. Now, obviously, there are 3 million documents, so I didn't get through much. But one thing I didn't see was the client list that you said you had on your desk a year ago. I did, however, find a couple of important documents. An 86-page prosecution memo from the Southern District of New York and a draft indictment from Florida against Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators. For reasons that I cannot understand nor are permitted by the bill, they were still redacted, even for members of Congress. So, Ms. Bondi, will you commit right here to immediately providing those two documents in unredacted form to members of Congress?
She will not, and she won't answer your question.
Not a complicated question.
Well, I guess it is for you because you have a law degree and those are privileged.
What?
Okay. They're not privileged, but we will discuss that later. I also found an email that I have right here from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell that was unredacted. And it included notes of statements that Donald Trump made about his prior relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there is no reason for this to be hidden from the American people. There is no privilege, there is no attorney-client privilege, and I see you're checking with your staff, and I can assure you, staff, this is not under attorney-client privilege because it was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. Will you commit to publicly providing the unredacted version of this so that the American people
will not answer your
can
question.
understand the extent of Donald Trump's lies about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
No, and she won't
You're
answer.
about as good of a lawyer today as you were when you tried to impeach President Trump in 2016. Have you apologized for that in 2019?
So will you unredact this? Will you
were
unredact
lead
this?
counsel on that. Privileged.
I'm asking you, will you unredact this?
Privileged.
What?
Privileged, of course. I look forward to discussing this more. Now, these are obviously improper redactions.
And let me stop for a minute.
I'm talking.
No, shut up,
They're not
cunt.
privileged.
50 lashes, ball and gag. Shut the fuck up, cunt. You don't get to fucking speak.
They're not
Even though
privileged.
you used your improper redactions.
You'll like my answer.
To
If we
continue
review
to
them and they're not
protect
privileged,
Donald
we'll
Trump's
be
members.
happy
Mic off!
to release them.
We'll
after
stop the
review.
clock. We'll stop the clock. Time belongs to the member. Go ahead.
Oh, finally,
Even
a
though
new
you
fucking
used
chairman.
improper redactions to protect Donald Trump and other predators associated with Jeffrey Epstein, you did the exact opposite thing with the survivors and victims of this scheme. So their identification information was really the only thing required to be redacted, and it was not. And it's clear this was not a mistake. This was not by accident. This was not because you only had 30 days when you really used 75, and that doesn't even include all the hours last March that you were redacting it. But I'll tell you why it's clear it wasn't a mistake. There is an email entitled Epstein Victim List. There are 32 names. One is redacted. 31 are not. So someone looked at it and decided to redact something. And I will tell you that that is clearly intentional to intimidate these survivors and victims. Now, in an interview last week...
How will you tell me that's intentional?
In an interview last week, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche...
You can't go off script.
...said that any victim that wants to speak with the department has done so, hopefully. Well, thanks to the incredibly brave people sitting here behind you, we can actually ask them if that's true. Now, would the survivors and victims who are here please stand up one more time? Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and evidence? None. And of those of you who have not met, which is everyone, how many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence? All of them. And of those of you, all of you who have reached out, how many of you were denied or ignored by the Department of Justice?
All of them.
All of them. And despite the shameful and despicable efforts by Ms. Bondi and her department to intimidate you, how many of you are still willing to speak to the Department of Justice? All of them. Well, Ms. Bondi, it looks like you have some more witnesses to talk to.
Gentleman's time has expired.
And I yield back.
We will go to the good gentleman from North Carolina.
Can I have 20 seconds to
May
respond?
I have a moment, Congressman?
Yes, ma'am.
Like clockwork.
Thank you.
Like clockwork. I know this bitch so well.
Here we go. Here's the photograph. This is why he wanted to repeat everything that had been said previously on Epstein. This is his state, New York. You probably don't even know who this is.
Of course not.
Wahid Mohammed from Afghanistan.
Yes, because I'm no longer a prosecutor.
Convicted of assault. Wow, he represents New York. Wow, yet he doesn't care about the illegal aliens convicted.
Yo, if you think that our representatives know the names of every single fucking criminal in our states, you are mentally fucking retarded. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Holy shit.
Mexico, rape.
Let's talk about the 70% of immigrants who are detained without a criminal conviction or arrest.
Stop the clock. Stop the clock. Time belongs to Congressman Knott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Attorney General, I want to be sure that the American people understand exactly what we're referring to when we talk about sanctuary policies. They are often framed in sort of innocuous terms like, we refuse to take part in immigration law. And when you add up all of the population represented by these cowardly politicians in sanctuary jurisdictions, whether it's a county, city, or state, sanctuary jurisdictions account for roughly 40% of the United States. Now, in reality, it's much more than just a passive exercise. Is that not correct?
Yes.
It's unbelievably active. And in terms of breaking down these terms, I want to break it down as clearly a term as I can. What is a federal detainer for the American people? Please describe it.
A federal detainer is when someone is held in federal custody.
Yes. And when a federal detainer is issued to local law enforcement, they are obviously in local or state custody, correct?
Yes.
And federal officers take note of that apprehension and they say, we want to come and apprehend him or her to deport them. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in these sanctuary jurisdictions, whether it's California, Illinois, New York, or other places, even in North Carolina, there are sanctuary jurisdictions. That federal detainer often prompts not any cooperation, not any assistance, but a release onto the streets. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, and Congressman, a federal detainer is federal law.
Yes.
That people must abide by, yet these jurisdictions, many of these jurisdictions are not abiding by that.
And we hear a lot of talk from the other side about victims of violent crimes, sex crimes, murders, whatever it may be. But I want to be very clear. Illegal aliens who have been arrested for committing some of the most heinous crimes, they have been released by sanctuary cities, by sanctuary states, rather than being turned over to the federal government for deportation.
Hey, buddy. There was an attempted insurrection at the Capitol where a whole bunch of brain-dead, toothless fucking hicks tried to overthrow the United States government. And the fat pedophile president named Donald Trump pardoned every single fucking one of them. And now many of them work in his cabinet, dude. Who the fuck are you to talk about releasing violent fucking criminals? We have a violent fucking criminal as the fucking president.
20%
Thanks for becoming
over
a
the
lawyer.
last year.
Yes.
True or false, violent crime is down almost 15% over the past year.
Yes.
True or false, right here in Washington, D.C., violent crime is down almost 30% since President Trump took office.
Yes, and the number may be even better than that, but yes.
Good.
Yes.
True or false, the DEA has seized over 200,000 kilograms of cocaine since President Trump took office.
Oh, give it to me.
I believe so, and 78,500 kilos of meth and more than 260,000 kilos of cocaine.
Unbelievable.
That's lives saved every
Unbelievable.
day.
That's one bachelor party, bitch!
And then true or false, the Department of Justice under your leadership has a 92% success rate at the Supreme Court.
I believe so.
Or ballpark.
Ballpark.
And then true or false, this administration is attacking the waste, fraud, and abuse that we have seen in places like Minnesota that is removing billions of hard-earned tax dollars from this country.
Absolutely, and President Trump is committed to doing that in every city in this country.
And Madam Attorney General, just to be very brief here, I want to be sure that you know that many on this committee made very serious efforts to try to amend the Epstein petition to give you the resources and the time to protect victims, to go through and to have the necessary runway to thoroughly.
By the way, when he says to protect the victims, victims in their mind are the politicians and the billionaires and the elite who are going to have their reputations ruined because we're going to find out that they're sex trafficking, pedophile cannibals. That's who he means. He does not mean the women.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney General, for being here today. I want to talk with you about an issue on which there is broad bipartisan agreement: the importance of ensuring trust between the American public and those government officials who wield powerful law enforcement responsibilities. So, Attorney General, would you agree that it is important for law enforcement leaders to be honest?
Oh, this is a trap.
Of course, as well as members of
Right,
Congress.
thank you. And would
This
you
is a trap.
include
She's gonna walk
yourself
into it.
as a law enforcement leader?
Of course.
Okay, thank you, thank you. You know, President Trump has also, he has referred to himself as the chief law enforcement officer of this country. So do you believe that President Trump is honest?
He is the commander-in-chief of the United States of America,
Wasn't the
and not
question.
only is he
Trump is
keeping
honest.
this country safe,
Do you
he
believe
is keeping
he is
this
honest?
world
It's
safe.
a simple question,
Of
which
course
you didn't
I do.
answer.
He is the
Okay, thank you.
commander-in-chief.
Last June, Minnesota lawmaker Melissa Hortman, her husband Mark, and their dog were brutally murdered in their home. And your USA's office in Minnesota investigated this crime and obtained a 6-count indictment of the murder suspect, stating that he had intent to kill, injury, harass, and intimidate Minnesota legislators. And I have the copy right here. I read through it. Yet a few weeks ago, President Trump suggested publicly that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz was behind these murders, posting on his Truth Social account a video raising this conspiracy theory. And it wasn't true. And you know it wasn't true, or else you would not have brought an indictment against the subject.
Tell you what she's gonna do.
Do you know what else?
During rehearsal, they provided her with intelligence. They provided Pam with intelligence for each person who's going to ask her a question. She's going to go to a file that asks her a question about a specific constituent of hers that committed a crime, and she's not going to answer the question. Guaranteed.
My time, Mr. Chair.
Guaranteed.
That he sent water to LA during the wildfires, false. That Governor Westmore of Maryland called him the greatest president of his lifetime, false. So many tales, too many to keep up. But I want to go back to what he said about Tim Walz. Do you agree that President Trump undermined public trust in law enforcement by suggesting that Governor Walz was involved in the Horton
Now she's going to talk about Minnesota crime.
I am not familiar with that statement.
Well, that is a disappointing response, and it is also why your office and Donald Trump have zero credibility, because I know, and you know, it was a right-wing extremist who murdered the Hortmans. And you and the president are being dishonest with the American people. Last fall, after the horrific shooting of Charlie Kirk, President Trump was asked if there were extremists on both the left and the right. And his exact words were, "I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy." Do you agree with this statement?
Not answering.
You're taking too long, Madam Attorney General. But you know the answer, because your own department has addressed the question. In 24, the DOJ's research arm issued a report on domestic terrorism, stating that the number of far-right attacks continues to outpace all other types of terrorism and domestic violence extremists. The DOJ published the report, and after the president made those comments, the DOJ took the report down. And I sent you a letter asking you a simple question. Why did the Justice Department remove the data that shows right-wing extremists have killed more
She's not answering the
innocent
question.
people
She's going to
than
turn it on you.
left-wing extremists?
She's going to bring up a migrant from
Did
your
you refer
district.
to immigration enforcement as domestic terrorism?
You should answer my
She's got a
question.
dossier
You're
for
on
every
my
single
time,
person.
but you won't. And what I am asking you to do is put the report back, restore the data. Stop scrubbing important data from your website. Stop taking down reports that you know the American people need to know about. There are violent, dangerous people out here with real threats, and the dishonesty from your agency comes from the covering up of these threats that could hurt American people and put our lives at rest. Do better. And with that, I yield back, Mr.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
May I have one moment?
You may.
Oh my God, every time.
Her district includes Culver City, and she's not talking about any crime in her districts, nothing about helping crime in her district. She's not even worth getting into the details.
Well, thank you, Madam Attorney General, and we are grateful to have you
That
here
was
today.
pathetic.
And, let me just say that you've shown great perseverance today, and I think you're coming to the last lap here.
What a
Those of us
cuck.
that are left, but I applaud your strength.
What a
And I
cuck.
applaud your resolve. Madam Attorney General, as a pastor for over 37 years now, I take serious issue with any attempts by agitators to disrupt church services or activities
back to Don
at
Lemon.
houses of worship.
Back to
And
Don
I just
Lemon.
want to take a moment to clarify some things. I realize you can't talk about pending cases per se, but I do want to ask some very general questions for
Thank you for the
clarification.
$3.
Does the DOJ consider unauthorized entry into a house of worship to be protected activity under the First Amendment when undertaken by a member of the press?
Yes, Congressman.
Unauthorized with the intent of disrupting, yes.
Okay.
Even
And-
if it's a blogger like Don Lemon.
Correct. How does the DOJ distinguish between news gathering activity and expressive or protest conduct when a press defense is asserted?
Congressman, I met with the pastor of that church, and
The ICE
what
agent.
happened there
He's an ICE agent.
Was horrific. Of course, the press is welcome, and I would hope all houses of worship.
I love how this dumb cunt is willing to say that protesters yelling at an ICE agent who's a pastor is horrific, but she's incapable of saying that 8 Nazis who brutally executed Alex Preddy in the street, or the 2 Nazis who brutally executed Renee Good in her car, that's not horrific. You can't say that, but oh, yelling at an ICE agent who's role-playing as a pastor, yeah, no, that's horrific.
There were approximately 400 parishioners in there on a Sunday morning. Families, grandparents with canes, children upstairs in Sunday school their parents were blocked from getting to them.
Oh my God,
Once
you
this
dumb
resistance
bitch. You have anything
took
to say about
place, and
ICE?
they had named it Operation Pull-Up. It was heartbreaking for those families. They were terrified. I think they've all said that. And nothing like that should happen in this country.
She
and
can't
under
say
my
this about the
watch,
Epstein
it won't.
victims. She can't say
Thank
that about
you.
the
And
Epstein
just
victims.
to clarify, accosting members of a congregation and creating a scene marked by intimidation and threat inside a house of worship would not be protected First Amendment activity.
I don't know how you're not
Absolutely
tapping out.
not in a grand jury.
Shag, this is my job, sweetheart. I call it waltzing through the flames. What, do you think you guys are gonna watch this shit without me? Good luck. Take my arm and we'll waltz through the fire. Just lock eyes. I know it burns, but we gonna be all right. We gonna be all right.
Involved, bringing the National Guard. Our Fraternal Order of Police had pointed out that we were about 270 local cops below what we needed in order to adequately police the city. And yet the governor's declined to offer to partner with the federal government to bring in reinforcements
I
to
bet
Charlotte.
you this guy blows bubbles on it. I bet you this guy's blowing bubbles, bro. His Grindr account just straight up says, I need nothing. I'll give it to you. This guy's blowing bubbies on
has
it.
tended to breed great results, and I would love to hear a little more about that.
Thank you. And I have numbers for you too. Well, and we're all right here in DC, we're all living right here in DC, and I think we've seen the remarkable impact that it has working with members of the Democrat Party on this, with law enforcement, with the mayor, with the police chief, doing everything we can to make DC safe. As of February 9th, there were nearly 10,000 arrests. This is DC. 1,000 illegal guns seized since the operation began, with carjackings down 81% from this time last year, and violent crime down 42%. DC is safer because of it. We know we had a National Guardsman shot, and we had a
Chatter just said, is every Republican corrupt? Yes. No, this is why I tell you guys, like, if you do not vehemently despise all Republicans, you will lose. Everything you have seen today, you know what it has been? It has been, I will only answer questions from Republicans, and the Republicans will only ask me layup questions. I refuse to answer questions from Democrats. I refuse to address anything that makes us look bad. If you do not vehemently fucking despise every single registered Republican, you are useless to this fucking movement. Get in the back of the line, keep your fucking mouth shut while the real adults drive this fucking bus of liberty.
Thank you. Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record the research that Representative Kamlager-Dove and I referenced concerning the threat of right-wing domestic terrorism, which the Department of Justice scrubbed from its website in September.
Without objection, the gentlelady from Texas is
Except
recognized.
Massey?
Thank you so much,
Guys,
Mr. Chairman. And to
people
be
like
clear, I'm
Adam
not going to ask
Kinzinger,
any
people
questions.
like Thomas Massey, they are former Republicans. I know that Thomas Massey is still a registered Republican, but he has abandoned his entire fucking party. And the fact that he is a Republican actually gives him more fucking power, because then the dumb toothless Hicks look and go, I believe the Republican. I thought the Republican was supposed to follow the co-leader. I thought the Republican was supposed to pray Trump. So listen, he's teetering on the fucking edge. He's going to abandon his party. And if he fucking doesn't, then chop him up and fucking hate him.
I'm not really sure what law school
When I say chop them up, I mean chalk them up. My bad.
What kind of cases she tried. But typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question.
Get her, Jasmine.
But nevertheless, let me address the survivors, because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors.
I'm gonna record
Let me
this.
say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughing stock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ, as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country, because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massey, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on, and frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration. In the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had two main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and second, to return the department to its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles and creeps. In fact, your boss, the President of the United States, stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ, because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact, we know after Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested, we know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting your actions and forced tech companies to remove apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration, I believe that facts matter, so let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files contained more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number 2, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, "this is a good one." Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests
President Donald J. Trump is a pedophile, sex trafficking, rapist, cannibal.
this is a big cover-up. And this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration is complicit. But there are numerous others, like how the DOJ is attempting to obstruct justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County.
You know damn well Pam Bondi hates being talked to by an educated black woman. She's probably fucking red in the face right now.
And your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history. An attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri is
yeah.
Excuse me, gentleman from Kansas.
Can I have 20 seconds to respond?
Former Attorney General.
Can I have 20 seconds to
Mr.
respond?
Smith is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Bondi, thanks for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we talk?
I do. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, my friend, for many years. I find it interesting that she didn't even want to try, Congresswoman Crockett, to ask any questions, because she certainly did not condemn her leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for taking money from Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was convicted. And I will be brief to give you your time,
fuck
Congressman.
Hakeem Jeffries.
This is
AIPAC
what she
Shakur.
didn't want to talk about. Texas, from Cuba,
Every
convicted,
time.
homicide, arson, weapon offense.
Every time.
Convicted.
You know,
so what we
Estrada,
talking about? Convict some of these perpetrators that rape these women that are sitting behind you, that you refuse to even acknowledge they are here.
Thank you, Jasmine. If that dumb blonde cunt isn't gonna follow the fucking rules, why the fuck should you? Scream at her.
Texas, convicted of homicide. Cecil Joseph, from Dominican Republic.
Cecil, you dumb fuck.
Texas, convicted for kidnapping, rape.
Bro, this is what this dumb cunt has done the entire fucking time. She gets asked a question by somebody that she knows is gonna flame her ass. Meanwhile, at fucking rehearsal, this dumb bitch put together dossiers for every single person who's gonna ask her a question about anecdotal criminals and go, "Oh, do you not know all the details about this specific fucking criminal in your district? Well, then I'm not gonna answer any of your questions." And then a fucking Republican goes, "Hey, hi Pam, what color is the sky? Is the sky blue?" And she goes, "Thank you, Congressman. Yes, of course, the sky is blue." Like, dude, this is the most ass-backwards bullshit I've ever fucking seen in my life.
We're Attorney General of Florida, and I in Kansas. You serve professionally. I'm glad to be able to serve with you in these new roles.
What?
And I'm
This
glad
Republicans
to
could be
bear,
like, can you talk about all of the accomplishments and the good things Trump has done?
Congress is because in my former role, I saw in the real world, in my state, the consequences of failed U.S. immigration and border security policy. And I'll spare you the lengthy recitation, but let me give you the short version. I sit here and think about a fellow who was running, I believe it was drugs for the cartels, and shot a police officer in Oklahoma, drove across the border into my state, kidnapped an old man, and then invaded a house and shot at cops before we ultimately neutralized him. He's in prison now for, I believe, the rest of his life. I'm thinking about a drunk driver who was in our country illegally, never should have been here, and one night killed a young deputy.
I'm thinking about all of these anecdotal individual stories, and you know, if I make them sound as brutal as possible, maybe I can convince the American people that there are tens of millions of violent, undocumented, criminal, illegal aliens who are actually murder rapists moving around our streets, when in reality, the actual fucking murder rapists are the mass Gestapo paramilitary slave-catching patrol known as ICE, that consists of fat-bodied fascist fucks who are just going around executing American citizens and going door to door demanding to see paperwork like it's fucking 1930s Germany. So I wanted to ask you, Attorney General Pam Bondi, are you happy with my performance as a congressman? Dude, oh my God, lashes, gulag, oh my fuck.
Violations of my state's law They were caught by my state's law enforcement. They were prosecuted by my state's prosecutors. They are serving time in my state's prisons. And if and when they ever get out, the United States has said they need to be sent out of this country because of what they did. There's a list, you're holding up photos, General. There's a list on the Department of Homeland Security's website. It has about 280, 290 people like that in my state of Kansas. And you know what? We haven't made headlines like Minneapolis. We haven't made headlines like Memphis. We haven't made headlines like Los Angeles. And you know why? Because our cops are professionals and our politicians, by law, allow them to do their job and to work with federal agents for safe handoffs in order to do everything that's supposed to be done, justice under state law, and the justice of deportation on the back end. So I want to do something that's been rare here today, General. I want to ask you about public policy. Donald Trump won't be president forever. I would like to lock in some of these gains we have made in public safety. Should we be exploring the idea, for example, of beefing up 287G partnerships, or maybe replicating that so that state prosecutors can work more closely with federal prosecutors to get deportation orders as well as state convictions?
Absolutely.
In terms of sanctuary jurisdictions, when a sanctuary jurisdiction says as a matter of politics, go pound sand to the feds, we won't honor your detainer, so they release those people I'm talking about into their communities. And those people commit another crime of property or violence against citizens. Should those citizens have some type of civil redress against the jurisdiction that, as a matter of public policy, turned those people loose who created the new victims?
Congressman. And Congressman, it's risking the lives of all of the citizens of that
jurisdiction. Oh, Congressman, yeah.
And you've been sued a lot,
Attorney General.
Yeah,
Congressman. This is a circle, Kirk.
You've won many of those.
Yes.
Isn't it the case that the law says under Rule 65 that when you win those and there's a wrongfully entered injunction that there's supposed to be a monetary remedy for that, so there's a cost?
Yes.
And didn't the president direct you and other agency heads to start seeking bonds in those cases?
Yes.
And should we beef up the law in that area by codifying that requirement going forward?
I would love to discuss that with you.
Thank you, General. Thank you for being here.
Gentleman yields back. Well done. Some of the questions he raised, we plan on taking up in a markup in a couple weeks on the whole sanctuary jurisdiction issue. With that, I recognize the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Attorney General, for taking the time to speak with us. We certainly really appreciate it. I've got a series of questions for you that we can get through pretty quickly, I think. Can you tell me, is it true that the Biden-Harris DOJ raided President Trump's home?
They did.
God.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ allow Jack Smith to spy on over a dozen Republican members of Congress?
Absolutely.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ seize the phone of a sitting Republican congressman?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and Jack Smith pay at least $20,000 to confidential human sources to provide information on President Trump?
All of this is rehearsed, okay? I talked about this earlier. I don't know if you know this, but she definitely has a team of attorneys, and they ran rehearsal for this. And they got the questions that are coming from Republicans like Mr. Gill ahead of time, and they rehearse, okay, you're going to answer all of the Republican questions because they're going to be layups and they're going to make Trump look good. Now, when a Democrat asks you a question, because it's going to be a hard-hitting question, we have a dossier on each person who's going to ask you the question. Here is a list of migrants who have committed crimes in their jurisdiction, and what you're going to do is you're going to pivot. You're going to deport the fucking goalposts. And if they bring up a good question about Epstein, your job is to say, well, in your district, this guy murdered a woman. Do you even know his name? That, like, I'm not kidding. That is what is happening right now. The Department of Justice is kaput. There is no law in this fucking nation anymore. If you are on the side of the regime, if you are a loyalist to the fucking fewer, you can lie under oath and nothing will fucking happen to you. And we know this because nothing happened to Kash Patel and nothing will happen to her.
Revealing waste, fraud, and abuse within the department to Congress?
Not to my knowledge.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ refuse to say whether it coordinated with Alvin Bragg, Fannie Willis, and Letitia James in their lawfare against President Trump?
They refused.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ slow-walk the criminal investigation and prosecution of Hunter Biden?
That's an understatement, in my opinion.
Yep. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ determine who brought cocaine into the Biden White House?
They did not.
They did not. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ cover up the extent?
As far as we know, they did not.
Right, that's right. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ cover up the extent of the Russia collusion hoax?
Absolutely, in my opinion, yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ seek leniency from a federal court for an IRS contractor who leaked sensitive tax information on over
Biden. Now, Attorney General, I know you're here to testify in front of Congress because you've been hiding the pedophile list and you're literally a fucking pedophile protector, but I want to ask you about Biden. That little baggie of cocaine that was found in the White House was that Hunter Biden? Dude, this is a fucking kangaroo court. This is a circus, bro. Did anyone bring bread? I would love some bread for my fucking circus. Oh my God.
For you, how have, over the past year since President Trump has been in office, how have murders trended in the United States?
Since President Trump has been in office, the murder
Everything's
rate
been great.
has
Ever since President Trump was in office, everything has gone swimmingly.
murder rate lowest since 1900.
20% drop in 1 year. That's incredible, isn't it?
And that's thanks to the incredible men and women of law enforcement, FBI,
Yeah, it's incredible,
DEA,
Mr.
ATF, everyone
Congressman.
working together
It's so
to solve
good, Mrs.
violent
Attorney
crime,
General.
along with our
Oh,
sheriffs,
it's
our local law
incredible.
enforcement, working as a team throughout this country, and our great state and federal prosecutors.
Yep. And how have robberies trended? Have they gone, even if they've just gone down?
Robberies, all violent crime. It's
Rehearsed. This is all rehearsed.
all violent crime. Violent crime has decreased as well as robberies.
She doesn't even have the paper.
Murders, violent crime. The country is more safe now, it's fair to say, would you agree, than it was a year and a half ago under Joe Biden?
Absolutely, and Director Patel is working tirelessly to catch those, I'm sure you've been seeing, on the most wanted list. He and Deputy Director Bongino from day one said, we're going to get the most wanted list, and that's what's been happening, working hand in hand with all of our agencies.
Yep. And I want to thank you for that. Thank you for the work you've been doing to refocus the DOJ again on doing your core job. We're very happy with it, and I'll yield the remainder of my time to the chairman.
I appreciate it, gentlemen. I would just say, earlier one of the Democrats said that they said, who are you, who you are? And I think you're the Attorney General who I think on the first day disbanded the FIDF, first day on the job, rescinded the memo that required spying on parents.
The chairman is a loyalist.
I think he did that all on day one.
How can we expect him to operate fairly if he's a fucking loyalist to the Fuhrer?
Deputy Attorney General for combating fraud. So we appreciate that, and of course, all the things that Mr. Gill pointed out with the crime stats that have went down. So our last questioner today, but not the least, is the gentleman, I'm sorry, we're gonna have two more. We got Mr. Onder and then Mr. Baumgartner. So Mr. Baumgartner, well, let's go that way since you're here. You're ready to go. Mr. Baumgartner, and then we'll come back to Mr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi. You know, being a freshman on this committee, you always get a bit surprised, I guess, even this 1 year into my term here, how theatrical days like this can be. But I think you've performed well today and answered the questions well today, and that's a credit to you.
Oh my God,
and,
he's a loyalist.
and appreciated by the American
They're all
people.
loyalists.
You know, the Epstein issue is certainly important, and is important for the victims. I think both I and the American people have a little bit of trouble taking the Democrats super seriously on this issue when they have been so uncurious about President Clinton's relations with
Bro, throw Bill Clinton in prison with Donald! None of us care!
Congresswoman who had taken substantial campaign donations for Mr. Epstein.
Throw her in jail too!
With the potential resolution, and you would think there would be more outrage on those types of things if they were going to be taken credible. But we do know the performance value of what goes on in this committee. I want to talk about the big things that Department of Justice is doing.
Things?
And when I look at the dramatic decrease in crime.
You want to talk about the big things? You want to talk about the big things? You fucking supine scumbag. You don't give a shit about the elite pedophile cabal that has been murdering and consuming and raping our fucking children? You don't want to talk about the fact that fucking every government on this fucking planet is implicated? You don't want to talk about that? I want to talk about the big things. Like, ICE is doing such a good job, aren't they? Dude, I hate Republicans. I fucking hate them all. Oh my God, you can all suck my dick and eat my shit. What the fuck sort of ass backwards nation am I fucking living in? Holy fuck.
Tools that they need and the backing that they need, the support that they need to combat violent crime and all crime throughout this country. And, you know, I'd be remiss, we've talked about the FBI, we've talked about DEA a bit, but can I please brag about ATF? Rob Cicada and Dan Driscoll, of course, who has been our acting head of ATF, have done a remarkable job stopping guns from flowing into Mexico, not...
Hey, Republicans. She's glazing the fucking ATF right now. The Trump regime wants to take your guns. Same way that you were bitching and moaning about, oh, the liberals are gonna take my guns. Guess what? We didn't. Guess what? We're armed. Guess what? We're legal gun owners. You know who does want your fucking guns? King Donald, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino. Oh my fucking God. We are Charlie Kite!
We've had this historic tax cut. Yesterday in the Wall Street Journal, the National Cancer Foundation ran full-page ads thanking Congress, the administration, for doing more for cancer research than has ever been.
Donald Trump defunded pediatric cancer research in this nation. We no longer research pediatric cancer, child fucking cancer. There are kids dying of fucking leukemia because that fat tangerine tyrant refuses to give $1 to pediatric cancer research. We have motherfucking doctors begging for a $30 million grant from the federal government so they can come up with a cure to leukemia. And that's the same amount of money that Elon Musk makes every fucking hour. What the fuck do Americans have to experience to understand that these capitalist dogs couldn't give less of a fuck if you lived or died as long as you pay your fucking taxes? What the fuck do you need? Do you need Chinese paratroopers to land in your fucking city for you to finally understand that this government doesn't give a shit? What the fuck do you need? God damn it!
What does sanctuary cities and states do for communication, law enforcement? How does it make us less safe?
Sanctuary cities and states are attempting to prevent communication among all the law enforcement agencies. And of course, that's keeping all of America less safe, especially when the violent criminals are fleeing to those jurisdictions because they believe they're protected. But with all of our joint task forces, I see it every day, Congressman, how well, despite what these liberals are trying to do, Donald Trump's administration is working tirelessly to protect all of Americans and all of our agencies working hand in hand to keep America safe.
Well, you guys are getting the big stuff right. You look at that decrease in crime across the country, you ought to take a victory lap. Well done.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here on this long day. And I want to thank you most of all for your leadership in your whole career defending
victims. Oh my
victims.
God, you're such a
And now I
cock.
want to take a moment to talk about you protecting victims from a different kind of child abuse, that medicalized child abuse that goes under the banner of gender-affirming care.
Nah, you know what? Nah, suck my fucking dick, you old-ass cracker. You look like a fucking demon. I ain't even gonna fucking listen to that shit. Oh my God. Oh, hey, listen, I know that there's a pedophile cabal that is eating and raping children and that, like, they consist of the Epstein class and, like, the elite all throughout the planet, but I want to talk about trans people. I want to talk about trans people. You know what? Can't say that, but I can think it. And I'm thinking it. Oh, I'm thinking it, motherfucker. All right. I've been recording for the past 21 minutes. I didn't tell you. If you're live, stay. If you're watching this pre-recorded, what the fuck is going on? This nation is a joke. It's a fucking joke. Friendly reminder, a man can love his nation and hate his government. I love this fucking nation. I'm more patriotic than every single one of those red hat wearing fucking retards, okay? And I hate this government. I fucking hate this government so goddamn much. Holy shit. I gotta go to the gym or something. I gotta go fucking lift a heavy weight or something. I gotta go pick something up and put it down, and then pick it up and then put it down again, because this is fucked. All right. Like, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell, click that video over there, it's a banger. Yo, we've been live for 4 hours and 8 minutes. We watched that whole fucking thing, dude. I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up. Holy ever-loving fuck. Holy fuck. I gotta get that uploaded. Anybody got a thumbnail for me? Anybody got a thumbnail for me? Thank you for the $10. Oh my God, that was misery. That was misery. That was fucking misery, dude. You guys okay? You guys okay? I know that was misery, but, you know, we got through it. We got through it. We're gonna go with this one. Let me just check my recent YouTube thumbnails. Make sure it's not the exact same thing. No, we're good. Yo, that was so brutal. That was so fucking brutal. Episode 381. I need $5,000 right now. I need $5,000. For sitting through that, I need a $5,000 donation immediately. Send me $5,000 right now. Thank you for the $5. Quick summary of the middle of it. Bro, it was just Pam Bondi refusing to answer questions from Democrats and only answering questions from Republicans that they had rehearsed beforehand. Not even fucking kidding. Not even fucking kidding. It was unbelievable. All right, title only. Pam Bondi gets destroyed. Hold on. Pam Bondi got destroyed in front of Congress. Pam Bondi lies under oath. Over and over again. Pam Bondi defends the Epstein class from consequences. Give the $5. Maple MAGA is up in arms right now over gender because we just had a shooter that was apparently wearing a dress in BC. You could tell mainstream media is cheering. Dude, these fucking pieces of shit, dude.
Department of Justice. We are currently the laughingstock of the world, partially because of the
All right, I gotta make an advertisement. Thank you for making that shameful display bearable. You make me feel less hopeless. You're welcome, man. That's the job. That's the job. Waltz through the fire. What is this?
I like that. All right, let me make an advertisement real quick. I just sat through 5 hours of Pam Bondi lying under oath while she testified in front of Congress. I mean, she refused to answer any questions that were asked by Democrats, and she answered every question that was asked by Republicans, and they were all fucking rehearsed. Republicans would be like, Miss Bondi, do you think that crime is bad? And she'd go, yes, Congressman. And then like fucking Jasmine Crockett would be like, so you defend pedophiles. Why do you do that? And she'd go, don't you dare accuse me of committing crimes. Dude, what a fucking, dude, it's a kangaroo court. It's a kangaroo court, and Pam, you are a fucking cunt. You are a troglodyte. At one point she goes, and you are a washed up liar. I cannot fucking stand this woman in fucking quotes, barely even a fucking human in my goddamn eyes. I can't wait to see you thrown in a fucking prison cell for lying under oath. Granted, who even knows if that's gonna fucking happen, because the Department of Justice is ruled by straight up fucking fleshlights for fascism. Fucking flashlights. That's what you are. You just let the fucking boot bend you over a barrel and plow your fucking shit. Because all you Republican motherfuckers and a handful of you Democrat cocksuckers, you benefit off of this. You don't give a shit about the American people. What you do care about is fattening your fucking pockets. That's what you give a fuck about. I have never been more fucking disgusted with this nation. A man can love his nation and hate his fucking government. And I am more patriotic than every single one of you red hat wearing fucking retards. This is a joke. This is a fucking joke. Oh my God! New YouTube video on this. I can't fucking believe it. Jasmine Crockett, you're a fucking legend. I am so unbelievably irked, bro. 5 fucking hours I sat here listening to that dumb cunt just lie and lie and lie and lie, and some fucking shitlib is probably gonna be in my fucking comments going, we're retarded. They're literally violating the Constitution every 15 fucking minutes. Una mattina mi sono alzato, un vero ciao, vero ciao, vero ciao, ciao, ciao. Oh my God. Fuck you. Suck my dick. Oh. Holy shit. Do you see that? Do you see that? I know 20 of you would pay to get a whiff. Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh. Whew. 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 Calm down, brother. Send him to the brig. 60 seconds in the brig for telling the Emperor to calm down. Put him in the brig. 60 seconds in the brig. Telling me to calm down? You should be calming up. You should be calming up. You actually put him in the fucking brig? That's so funny. When's the girly pop merch coming? I don't know. This world is run by a pedophile cannibal cabal. All right. I'm done. I probably burnt 300 calories just doing this.
Just doing this, bro. I had a whole pot of coffee. I had an entire pot of coffee during that. A whole pot. Speaking of, I'm gonna go get so fucking stoned and then do an hour of cardio. Oh. Oh, Jesus. All right. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I couldn't even make another video. I can't even make anything else, bro. That's it. That's it. Need a break. Need a break. Unbelievable. All right, guys. I'm out of here. Later. Wait, real quick. Chatter says, please don't do cardio after drinking that much coffee in a relatively short time and then smoking weed. You could have some serious heart risks. Fuck yeah, dude. I like living on the edge. You're telling me there's a chance? Telling me the nightmare could end? All right, guys. I'm out of here. Later. Bye. Bye.